Hi everyone, my name is Aidan Potts. I am the owner of Hunter Performance Centre and I'm a proud Camillo man identifying as an Aboriginal male from Tamworth, New South Wales. I'm a member of the Tamworth Aboriginal Land Council and therefore I am able to give a welcome to country. However today, because we are at the Wallsend Diggers, I am unable to give a proper welcoming, therefore I will provide an acknowledgement of country because I am not from the Awabakal land which we are lifting on this weekend. It would simply be like inviting you all into a home that I do not own, providing shelter, warmth, clothes, food. It'd all be a little bit rude if I was to actually give a welcome to country, so today it will only be an acknowledgement. Today I'll just be providing an acknowledgement to country where the Australian Powerlifting Alliance National Series will be held here at Wallsend Diggers, Newcastle. To be able to recognise our First Nations people by hosting such a prestigious event is not only significant to me, but to the rest of our community here in the Hunter. I believe that the support shown to the Australian Powerlifting Alliance by the huge participation rate, which we have for our entire national series, also recognises and celebrates that. I would like to thank all the people who have protected and preserved the land and water for both you and I. I refer to the land you live on over this weekend of competition, the land where you will lay your head, the land where you'll be hitting all your PRs. Awabakal country is the eastern lands and water of New South Wales, as north as Newcastle and as south as Lake Macquarie, covering 1,800 square kilometres. I would like to pay my respects to my elders past and present of the Awabakal country. For more than 70,000 years, the elders have hunted, fished and gathered resources to live upon these lands. It is the elders who are the ones who have allowed us to grow in a safe, rich environment to live, learn and eventually powerlift. And for that, thank you to my Awabakal brothers and sisters who have allowed us to be able to cherish these moments over this weekend ahead of the 2024 Australian Powerlifting Alliance National Series. Wishing you all the best and a very happy 9 for 9 on that platform.
Hi guys, welcome to the ABA Nationals 2024. This is our day three session one. This is our actual last session of the 2024 campaign. And I've got to say, we've got a packed out room today. We've got a uh, big day ahead of us. We've got the under 84 women's and our 84 plus, and our under 120s and 120 plus men's. It's safe to say, if you're a big fan of powerlifting and you want to see some big guys lift some big weight, you're in the right spot. Um, First attempt here, we've got Stephanie Jameson looking like she's going to open up with 115 on her squat.
Yeah, we should be just about ready to kick off here early on Sunday morning. But as Nate said, the crowd is absolutely packed already.
Here we go, let's kick it off.
Bar is loaded for Stephanie.
Steph's looking very confident, looking to set the pace up here. Just waiting for the command. Easy opener there. It's always nerve-wracking to always start the flight off, especially for the first session. So props to her, having to overcome those nerves. Next we got Stella coming up with a 140 style. I've got to say, this is quite impressive to see some really heavy openers.
Yeah, absolutely. That first squat, particularly if it's a lot of people's first nationals, big crowd in, a lot just lights, cameras everywhere. Trying to get that first squat on the board, make sure you sink it nice and deep, can be super nerve-wracking. So good to see Stephanie away with a good start. Stella coming out now.
I believe Stella is nominated third. Training best of 165 for squat, so we're expecting to see some decent jumps here.
Okay.
Bit slow in the hole there, but I think there may be a little bit of nerves. Like I said before, can be a bit nerve-wracking, especially with a big crowd. I'm very impressed with the turnout here, but nonetheless, a very impressive squat right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And she made sure it was nice and deep in the bottom there. That probably just might have just thrown her off just that little bit. But yeah, no problems with the strength. 3 white lights for Stella there.
Next up, we have Adwar, looking to open up with 145. She's coached by Steph, one of our own APA. Helped organise all of today, so props to her. Wow, that was speedy. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, she makes light work of that. I think the rest will like it. Yeah, 3 whites there. Definitely no problems with depth.
What are some of your thoughts when you get under the bar?
Yeah, look, it's an interesting one. I think what I've been trying to do recently is actually just try and simplify my thoughts and really get it down to a couple of like really important cues. So, as I unrack, really thinking about trying to be as big as possible, trying to push that upper back into the bar, and then as I walk out, then trying to focus on air. And then my problem is trying to keep my elbows in under the bar when I push out of the bottom. I tend to like to throw them back and it tips me forward. So then all I'm thinking is elbows, elbows, elbows.
Yeah. Here comes Rebecca, 152 on the bar. Wow. Makes very light work of that. Let's see what the world can say.
Yeah, it's a very nice opener for Rebecca. 3 whites.
Next up is Bethany Parker. Opening up with a 155. I know that she's had a couple of troubles with her knee, looking to rehab that and overcome that. But I know the kind of athlete that she is, absolute dog. I don't think this will put any blemish in her performance today.
Nah, Beth, absolutely one of the up-and-coming legends in Australian powerlifting. Made a big impact on the junior scene and now into opens. Should be looking to put on a good performance here, bad knee or not. She also coached a lot of athletes here this weekend.
Yeah, owner of Output, has absolute great athletes under her banner.
Yeah, wow. Unfortunately,
Oh.
she actually pushed that move so fast that it just threw her a little bit, and she had a little foot movement. So let's just see if the refs picked up on that one as well. Yeah, you just see that right foot. She takes a step with it. Again.
Just waiting on.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so 3 reds there for Beth. But look, obviously zero problem with the weight there. So we'll see a sizable jump there for Beth.
Yeah.
Gets those nerves out of the system.
Here's Jung, crowd favourite here. Coached by Potsy. Oh, bit of a technical difficulty there. Should be a 1.25 on that side over here.
Screen just skipped ahead to Katie. Back on Jung. There we go. That's better. 155.
We're back in business. Apologies for that. As loaded.
Here she comes.
Don't get here nice and stacked. Even like an empty bar. For those at home, I'm joined by Mr. Matthew B.
Hello, hello. Back again on the mic for an exciting session today.
So far for what you've missed, everyone's just moved the bar like it was nothing.
Lightning openers with white lights.
Absolutely.
That's what we like to see.
Next up, we got Katie here with a 157.5 opener.
Sweet sounds of a monster can opening.
Oh, crisp.
Ah.
A bit of ASMR training.
First sip of Monster White in the morning.
That's a one-time thing. As you all enjoyed that at home.
Pinnacle of health.
Yeah. Haven't had breakfast yet, but here we are.
Making lightweight of that.
See what referees have to say.
Yeah, when we're 3 days deep, plus the setup day before that. And yesterday was a 14-hour day or something I think we're at the venue for.
Yes.
There'll be plenty of monster today, but that's all right. We're going to have some electric powerlifting this morning to keep us going.
It really is just like a fun downward spiral, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, last night's session was a high. For those that haven't watched the 105s, I suggest you lock that one in for this afternoon.
Oh, definitely worth watching.
There's this photo of Tish spotting, and his face is literally just like that O, like.
It was unbelievable. Final battle there. Here we have Annabelle, 160 on the bar for her opener.
I believe the
Hasn't changed
screen
yet.
is wrong. It's actually Zena.
Sorry, it is Zena.
Zena trains out of Campbelltown. I actually trained with her. Absolute force to be reckoned with. She's really a real beast.
She's a fierce competitor. You can see she looks absolutely locked in. She really put up a great performance at the state championships, and I'm sure she'll be looking to extend that total and put her name forward in the class today.
Interesting fact, she nearly missed weight. The other way around. She's actually the lightest 84 plus competitor today. She's weighing at 85.85.
Oh, there you go. Interesting.
Probably not interested in the weight cut. She just wants to have fun. I'm proud of that. That's good.
Yeah, awesome. Something to note for those at home is you cannot miss weight by not making it light enough in the weight class, but you also have to be within the weight class, aka you cannot be in the one underneath. Very nice squat there. So for example, if you want to be an under 84 kilo lifter, you need to be 84.00.
3 reds for Annabelle there.
3 reps.
3 red cards, so just a depth call there
entry,
from
yeah.
all 3 referees. So she's going to have to just sink it that little bit further.
And she moved that nicely. I would expect an increase from that and an improvement to that from a tech standpoint and moving on with the day and not really sacrificing the kilos. We'll have to see what happens. So as I was saying with the weight classes, if you wanted to be in the 84 kilo class, you have to weigh 84.00 all the way down to 76.05. If you were to weigh 76.00, you actually miss the weight class. You have to go down, or in this case, you actually wouldn't be able to compete.
Yeah, at nationals, you don't make weight, you can't compete, unfortunately.
More rare circumstance with the being too light. We more often see being too heavy, but it can happen, I suppose.
Nicola here with a 170 opener. I feel like her training best is at 182.5, so it should move fairly comfortably, as seen. See what the refs say about this. And they're happy with that. That's good. 3 white lights.
So yesterday, when we were talking through the 105s, we actually saw quite a number of missed openers on the squat. We're not seeing quite as much of that today. We're seeing good, deep squats. There's a couple of hiccups here and there, which we'll see hopefully cleaned up, but it's just not very common, which is a lot more common in of itself to see a clean opener for everyone coming out at nationals.
Yeah, I think that's key there. Just setting the pace, getting a lot of confidence from your opener. Really sets the pace for the day and how you approach the rest of the comp.
Yeah, and something we discussed as well is that the lift that matters is the heaviest one you end up with. So your opener is really not of great importance when it comes to your total. It's just to sort of build that day, start your pattern, as you mentioned. I see different lifters play it different ways.
Yeah, just 3 reds there. Unfortunately, it didn't quite look deep enough from my angle either. But at first, that's an opener. She'll come out. No problem with strength. I'm sure she can sink that a little bit deeper. Grab it on the second.
I've done it here. I'm saying they're all hitting their openers, and someone's proved me wrong.
You put the commentator curse on, mate.
There we go. All right. Shush, Matt.
Comes Lauren now.
172.5 kilos on the bar. A massive squat for an opener. Looks solid there. Let's see what the referee say about depth.
3 whites.
Excellent.
Looks very comfortable.
Can actually be a real challenge depending on your body shape and size, especially with the 84 plus, 120 plus class lifters, because they're generally really big squatters with a squatting build, short femurs, and generally a lot of muscle mass. Can be a little bit tough for the referees to really see hip crease and knees, and so it means that you've got to be even deeper than some of the other weight classes. It can be quite tough. So a lot of these lifters are doing a really good job of living, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. Comes Rebecca now, 180 kilos loaded on the bar for her opener.
Biggest opener of the flight here.
That looks good from here.
Very smooth there.
Slight work of 180. Has a training best of 200 kilos, so
Beautiful 3
we'd love
whites.
to see a 200 squat here.
Case in point there, really took her time on the way down, gave the refs plenty of opportunity to see depth was made, and an excellent reversal with a very easy opener.
For those that missed out on yesterday, how was the crowd?
Crowd was insane. We've got a packed house today as well, so I'm expecting just as much excitement, but it was the kind of competition and spectacle that really got people on their feet and got the crowd going. So, I mean, the lifters have a part to play in that, but the crowd was definitely alive.
I think that noise that went through the crowd when that attempt change went in, and all of a sudden everyone sees on the screen from that Sam was going to pull from 5th to 1st, and you just hear this like ooh go through the crowd.
This rumble, yeah, this
like,
rumble.
fire out.
What is happening here? Very clean. To me, depth looks nice there. Let's see if the referees agree with that. 3 white lights and a little bit of room there. A little bit of room there. Be interested to see what goes on the bar next. Definitely a smooth lift, and we mentioned this as well yesterday that different lifters are going to look different as they get closer to their max. That could be 7 in the tank, for someone else might be 2. So we're going to be seeing some differences in top end here, and it's going to be interesting to witness that. And you can see Stephanie's actually posted a +10 there, where if I was looking at that with some of my lifters of a similar body size and strength, I'd be going, 5. But I have minimal doubts that +10 is there. Coach and client are going to know best. And it was very smooth. We mentioned this with Daniel in the 105s, that slow, strong, composed lifter, always in position. She never lost position, never really slowed down at any particular point of that lift. So I would expect we will see that +10, and I'm keen to see her work through that. Very deep squat. A little bit of a bubble on the way up, but no downwards bar movement to my eye.
No, I've just noticed from where I'm sitting, I could just see her feet were a little bit skewed. One foot was slightly further back than the other, and they just twisted to that little bit, which I think caused that little sticking point. But so yeah, I think we can see a decent jump there on a third still.
Yeah, and this is the sort of thing like, we've talked about technique, we've talked about execution. Something as simple as where you put your feet. When you're on the platform, the energy can kind of take away from particular parts of your focus. And then sometimes too, a lot of the time, you're not looking down, you're trying to just be autonomous, and little things like that can happen. Who knows? I'd be interested to see the next one. That might be how she stands normally. It could be an error. Who knows? But it's one of those things that can happen, and it can affect a rep. And you might walk off the platform and go, kind of stuck my feet up. I'm good for +10, even if that didn't look like it. And you come out and you do it.
Bridging off what you were saying earlier, Matt, bar speed doesn't really indicate what an RPE would look like. It's very dependent on the athlete. The bar might move slow, but it's definitely comfortable, or it might move super fast, but that's the athlete that you are. If it doesn't move fast, then...
Absolutely, and there's a few key lifters we can kind of talk about with that. Like so, Daniel, just before we had, I forgot the name, but the 125 kilo squat we had just before. We look at that in the next and the thirds. Joshy as well in the 120. He definitely has a slower moving kind of bar speed, and we'll see that when he comes out.
3 whites there for Adwa with her second attempt.
Really good there from Adwa. I know a bit of her training because Steph coaches her, and I know she's had a wonderful prep and someone who will be kind of nipping at the heels of the podium, I think. So one to watch for this session for sure. Annabelle coming out for a 160. This is a smart move to retake the same load that was missed. One that I'll be interested to see how that affects the play of the day. It looks a solid bit deeper there.
See if the refs agree, and they do. 3 whites.
Great work there from Annabelle to adjust, come back out and grab that one on the second.
So for those following along at home, if Annabelle were to go up for that second attempt and miss that, she would have put herself in a position where she would have had to retake that heavier number for the third and potentially risk bombing out. You bomb out if you miss all 3 lifts of one discipline, and you are disqualified from the event.
Rebecca up now, 1625 on the bar.
Very deep squat, and works through that nicely. I'd be surprised to see an awful lot more go on the bar there, particularly at the top. You can see she's really working through that. Hopefully we'll see maybe a 2 or a 5 there go on and a successful third, but that was a very clean squat. And we got 3 whites, didn't we?
We did, yes.
Excellent.
Next up, we got Beth with 165. Opened up at 155. Got red lighted. Not too sure what happened.
Her foot moved. It just moved too quick. She absolutely rocketed it out of the bottom and just shuffled her feet at the top. So this should be no dramas. She'll adjust. Like we were saying, she's a pro in the game.
Yeah, Beth's super chill and composed. I have no doubt that she'll be able to just get this on the board. She's squatted a lot more than this. I think she's worked with a little bit of injury lately on her squat, and her bench and deadlift have been shooting up lately. So she'll be putting something up on the squat respectable and moving on with the day, I believe.
Absolutely. There we go.
Not an issue there. She knows what to do.
That moved as good as her opener.
Yeah, super deep. No foot movement this time. Great work.
A lot of national and international experience under her belt, and definitely a lifter to watch and sort of model off if you're an up-and-coming lifter in the females or in the men's. But it's always good to be able to see women doing such a good job, and Bethany is a prime example of that. Someone who's got a wealth of experience.
Young here with 165, second attempt. Absolute line working there.
She's done well there.
Bit of fun fact about Jung. She actually did her first novice comp in June in 2022. So I'm pretty sure this is a fourth comp.
Righto.
Okay.
She definitely holds herself like someone who has more platform experience. You know, even the way she comes out, settles herself for the bar. It's not something you commonly see if someone who's done, you know, sub-5 competitions. So she's doing really well. And to be as strong as she is as well with such little experience, I mean, you can have that. But it's great to see someone out here on the national platform staking her claim. Zena coming out for plus 7.5 with a 167.5. So opener must have felt pretty good.
Steady walk out by Zena. A little bit of fight there. I don't think I should put her off that fight so much.
Go through that nicely, but I think she is the kind of lifter that's got a grind in her, and I would not be surprised to see a +5 there. I'd be interested to see what call they make, how they are relative to the other lifters, and what sort of tactics they want to play with. Something that they say with Zena, she walks out quite far, which isn't a problem. Just for those at home, you're allowed to walk out any distance you like within the bounds of the platform. And, you know, you have the time to sort of settle yourself and get yourself in position. You have a 1 minute countdown to kind of do that and set up like these women are doing. But notice that each lifter sort of does things a little bit differently. Some of them take a really tiny walkout, others a bit longer. It's personal preference.
Comes Katie here with a 167.5 attempt. Very comfortable.
I think the lifters have gotten the message that the referees want to see that depth, and they are really pushing for it. The coaches are clearly communicating that to their lifters, which we love to see. It's always unfortunate when depth calls are being made and no changes get made with the lifters. Oftentimes, you'll pull back that comp plan very slightly, understanding that squatting that extra little bit deeper is going to be a little bit tougher. And we are seeing some very clear adjustments on the platform, which is great. Speaking of, we have Brookie going for 170 to claim her first number on the board, having missed 170 on her opener and holding that for her second attempt, which is definitely a smart move at a national event. She pushed in there. Pushed in there nicely. Hopefully she's got this one on the board. 3 red lights.
I believe that's depth again. Looked a bit short.
Yeah, I think she definitely changed how she squatted that compared to her opener, so that'll be disappointing to come back with the same outcome. Fortunately, it's objective. Well, it's subjective, but it's an objective rule of getting the hip crease below the top of the knee. So if the referees are looking and you're not achieving that, red lights will be given. Hoping Brooke will come out for her third, retake 170, bury it. It'll be hard if she buries it, but to get on the board, it is a must lift. Nicola with 177.5. A massive squat. Nicola at 83.8 body weight, squatting 177.5.
Gets it up there. See what the judges think. 3 white lights. Very comfortable for her. So interesting to see what the jump is for her next attack.
Pretty much a textbook squat there. A good looking second with a bit of room in it and excellent depth. 3 whites. That's what you want to be doing.
What are some of the game plans you think a couple of these competitors are going to come in with?
It really depends on where their strengths lie. I think that you're going to get some lifters who have really strong squat and bench press, and it is more common with 84 plus, 120 plus to have a bigger subtotal. And then obviously the differentiating factor for some can be that deadlift. But obviously, nationals is a high stakes competition. It's one where every move has counter moves and every move has an effect. And we've seen this across the whole weekend. So the game plans can really differ. In my book, coming in, especially on the subtotal, and securing 6 from 6 and getting as close as possible to your actual top end of the day is really all that you can do. We've talked about sort of staying in your lane and how nationals differs from local competitions. But for the subtotal, the squat and the bench press, there's not a lot of tussling that can happen beyond putting your best foot forwards. Really, the deadlift's where some of the tactics come in, and you can change attempts and all this sort of stuff. Really making lifts and making sure that you're getting white lights, that's the tactic. And then it unfolds from there. The group really starts to separate out based on that. You can see we've seen some missed lifts. Some people who might have been expected to be in certain runnings are not because they've missed lifts. So it all changes, and any plan goes out the window. Insert famous quote about getting punched in the face.
Yeah, I think that's a true testament to the coaching abilities of all these athletes here. Not only are the athletes going to be tested on the national stage, but the coaches' tactics and how they go about their game plan is going to be definitely tested here. Especially how they adjust. Like you said, if your game plan goes out the window, what's the next move?
That's right, and it's always one of those situations where you might have your tactics, but you also have to be very quick to respond to the tactics of other coaches, again, particularly when it comes to deadlifts. You can't stuff around with other coaches too much in the squat and the bench press, but there's a lot of little tricky tactics that can pop up in the deadlift, which we've witnessed. Such an excellent selection there. We're hoping for 3 white lights because that is a perfect third attempt. 1 red, 2 whites, good lift. Head ref giving red, which means they're suspecting a depth issue, I would say. But the 2 side refs confirming, no, depth was fine, and we're happy with this one.
Just for those at home, you only need 2 white lights to get the good. Go ahead.
It's a majority rule system. That's why we have an odd number of referees. It means that, we've got 3 views of the lifter on the platform, and we get a really fair insight into whether that lift was good. It's also got to be noted that there are a lot of rules when it comes to each of the respective disciplines, and one referee keeping an eye on all of those things is near impossible. You'll notice that, you may be able to see on some parts of the stream that the side referees will have their hand up when the lifter is walking out and setting themselves. Once they've set themselves in the appropriate rule position, the referee's hands go down to signify to the head referee that they are... Excellent squat here. Excellent squat here. To signify to the head ref that they are happy with the start position, and then the head ref will give that command. So it's a team effort from the referees. 3 white lights and a wonderful squat there. Wonderful squat.
Big push from Stella.
Stella, wasn't it? Yep.
Yeah.
160 from Stella.
Great third squat.
At 83.6 body weight. Excellent.
That was a stellar effort.
Stellar performance from Stella.
Adjoa's coming out now for a 162.5 squat. I believe this is a fairly solid competition PR. She newly hit this load in training. She did deal with a little bit of late prep hip pain, which I believe they've adjusted for, and hopefully she can come out and smoke this.
From what I've seen, her prep's been absolutely on fire.
It has been a really good prep. She's made big moves across her squat and deadlift. She has done beautifully there.
Gets twisted, but handles it really well. Pushes through. 3 white lights.
Controls
3
the
white
bar
lights.
very well.
Yeah, this is a classic example of what we call working through the barbell with the path of least resistance. Moving there and sort of twisting there. Hey, like I've just mentioned a late prep hip thing going on. Who knows what actually caused a little bit of rotation there, but from what I've seen as a coach and an athlete, if you work with that movement and allow yourself to keep moving upwards, she completed the lift with 3 white lights. It didn't matter that there was a slight adjustment. Some lifters will get a little bit scared of that or think that's imperfect in their technique or something, and they'll resist that movement and oftentimes miss. It's interesting to see that, and you'll see that a little bit. Some lifters know how to go with the breakdown or go with the motion, and that's a classic example there from Adjoa, and she's put herself in good stead with a 162.5 squat.
Becca here, 167.5 for her third. Oh, wow.
Wowee. And I think she might have actually hit that a little bit nicer and smoother than her 162. I remember commenting that I didn't think it had much left. And I actually think that 167 had a little bit of room. So she's done beautifully there, and that just goes to show the variance in the attempts. And I think we're seeing some class selections from our coaches today on third attempts and some class executions from our lifters. I think someone just called Anna Barbell.
Yeah, I think that's her Instagram name. She's a Newcastle local here. Trains out of Hunter Performance. Bit of a crowd favorite here, as you can hopefully hear through the stream.
170 kilos here for Annabelle.
Oh,
I'll be interested to see what the call is on that. And she's gotten away with one red, and that is a really, really good lift for Annabelle to secure that 170. Now, for everyone sitting at home, what we're looking at there is depth. We're looking at the stopping in the middle of the lift, and ultimately the referees are going to be checking for, did that barbell move downwards during that stoppage point? And the majority said no, it was fine.
Here's Brooke here with 170. This was her initial opener. Will be her third attempt. She really needs to get this to stay in the game.
Here we go. As we mentioned yesterday, we want to cross fingers and toes here. This 170, sink it.
That was deep from my angle.
yeah. Let's see if the refs like it.
Hoping.
Tough one to call from our side.
3 red lights, unfortunately, which means Brooke has unfortunately bombed out on squats.
That's
We
devastating.
never like to see that. She's made her best possible effort to get to depth there and do her very best, and I commend her for that.
Yeah.
Something they're going to have to go away, go back to the drawing board on elements of the squat, footwear, width, and these various things. And it's really a prime illustration of how everybody moves differently. She's clearly trying really hard to get to depth, but we're all built differently. We have different anatomy, and we can see that displayed on the platform across all these lifters.
I hope she does continue to complete all her lifts for up to date. Put on a show for everyone else.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a good point. So when we say you've bombed out and essentially you've been disqualified, you are allowed to continue with a day. You just won't actually post a total at all. Your total will be 0.
Zena here now, 172.5 for her third and final. Nice and deep, sticks with it well.
And as expected, has some fight in her and has done very nicely with that squat.
I think that's a personal best for her.
Okay.
Chip by 2.5.
Oh, wow.
Sensational.
Great work there from Zena.
As mentioned with Adjua and then with this squat as well from Zena, you do see the technical prowess or differences in technical prowess when lifters get to the top end. If a lifter looks very similar to their opener and second, it's a good indication that they know how to work with their technique at the top end.
Katie Reed here now, 172.5, still in the bar. $5 jump from a second.
That was very comfortable.
Moves the bar well. Let's see what the refs say. 2-1. It's a good
Hey.
lift.
She'll be proud of that. Should give her a lot of confidence going into bench and deads.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so red light from the center ref for depth. Very hard with that wide, people who squat with wide stance, toes out. I mean, quite hard to see depth from the center. So unless you're really, really convincing, you will often grab that red light from the center ref. But 2-1, it's a good lift, and she's had a great day so far.
Here comes Jung with 175 on the bar. This will be her last attempt.
Solid
smile on
10
the face.
kilo, solid 10 kilo jump from 165. I think she's good for it. Let's see how she goes.
Big crowd support here for Jung. Oh, yeah.
Just in such a rock solid position out of the hole there, and you can see no deviations at all.
No.
Straight through the feet. And you can hear Coach Aiden Potts, as she's on the way down, saying, feel your legs, which is a common cue to sort of encourage the lifters to stay focused on what's important, which is keeping load through the legs, keeping load through the feet, and really just staying in position, staying composed. And she's done a beautiful job there.
Massive jump from 15 kilo.
Yeah, it looks like Bethany's come out to that second attempt with a slightly conservative jump from that missed opener. And now that she's on the board, she's saying, hey, let's do something about this. 180 on the bar now. She's fired up and ready to go.
She is looking super fired up. The signature head tap on the way out.
Absolute dog.
I think we'll see a bit of a smoke show here.
Lands it in on the bottom.
Yeah. It looks a lot more like a first to second there. Like I've mentioned, I think she's been through a little bit of an injury. She's taking what she can. I also understand that in the nominations, Beth is sort of head and shoulders ahead, so she's probably not too concerned on being risky in the squat, knowing that she's had a bit of a better bench press and deadlift prep, and she'd be kind of trying to build her way for her next goals. When you come into a competition and you are head and shoulders above the competition, which is rare, you can afford to treat it as a stepping stone and not sort of worry too much and just play the day in the grand scheme or the bigger picture. So I do believe that's what we'll see today, but I would love to see a massive bench press and a massive deadlift from Bethany today.
Yeah, and she'll be targeting that international qualifying total to make sure that if she does want to compete internationally later in the year, that she has the QT that's needed to get the invite. So I think, that'll be the ultimate goal for Beth today. Maybe a few PRs if she can grab them.
185. Looking like she might have pulled up a little bit in the hole there. I'll be very interested to see the call on depth here. One red. So one of the referees seemed to agree with that, but she has gotten through with that 185, was that?
185.
185.
What a fight. That was really
lovely squat. We love to see those top end squats. Just on the note there with the qualifying totals for those watching at home, the lifters competing at Nationals over this weekend have two tasks if they wish to go and represent Australia at Worlds. They need to come first, and they also need to hit a certain total to qualify for Worlds. There's a certain standard. After that, from the women's and the men's, there'll be one extra candidate from the most competitive weight class that will be added to the Worlds team, but they must hit that qualifying total. Even if they win, they must reach that standard to go to Worlds. So really tidy squat there at 195 for Lauren.
I tell you, she moved that better than a second. Even though it was a 10-kilo jump, that was a much better looking squat.
And we do see a bit of that. From my end, I would say that we see a couple of things change when we go to our third. The focus comes up. You can see the lifters are coming out a little bit more fired up. We use the term arousal, and the relationship with performance is clear that if someone is able to increase their arousal level, which is kind of like their hype level, and everyone's different, they're able to perform better. The thing to note, though, is that there's this sort of inverted U relationship where if some lifters actually get overhyped, over-aroused, that can be really bad for performance. We see that the messiness come out in their lifting. But so far, we've seen really perfect levels of hype, and these lifters performing better on their thirds than their seconds.
Rebecca here, 205 on the bar for her third.
Moving really smoothly. 205, moving like that is a wonder to see. One red light and good lift. Big hugs from Coach Liz Craven.
That is a completion of our first flight, Flight A. We're now moving to Flight B. Just a note here, we have 3 competitors that are in the 84 plus class for the women's. And then this is also our under 120s and 120 plus men's.
And this is going to be absolute fireworks here. You have Lucy, Nat,
and Javi.
And Javi. So these are the top 3 84 plus women in Australia. There's massive family support here in the crowd. I've got a camera ready for the crowd. This is going to go absolutely off in here.
It is only squats, and this place is packed out. It's usual that the place gets packed out when it's only deadlifts. Oh, it comes around to deadlifts, so I'm expecting this place to erupt.
Yeah, this is the biggest crowd we've seen all weekend. This is insane.
200 opener here for Jab.
Come on, Javi. What's the podium sort of battle looking like in this weight class?
As per nominations, it should be Nat, Luciane, and Javi.
Yeah, and what's their sort of, previous totals? How close can we expect that to be? Is there going to be much of a fight, or what's the situation there?
So, pretty much from states, Nat's best total was at 640. Luciane had a 592, which is coming up right now. But considering how training has gone for Luciane, I don't see that being her defining number.
Yep.
He'll definitely hit some really solid numbers.
Yeah, Lucy's definitely making big strides, making big progress, and we're gonna witness that today. I think when we look at Nat, also very strong lifter, still making great progress. We'll probably see that gap close a little bit. Whether we see it close to a point where it's genuine competition, we've spoken about that on some of the pre-game podcasts we did, where I think it'll get close. I'll be very interested to see just how close it gets. Whether we see a tighter battle perhaps next year. Something to note. I'm fairly sure one of the women's classes, there was a win without a QT international reached.
Yep.
So that does mean that we see a really competitive weight class like this, we may be seeing that extra lifter, almost guaranteed.
Yeah.
So that might change the game plan.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And with Vicky setting the overall best lifter for the females at 109 GLs, that's well within striking range for Nat today as well. So expect a big third deadlift, as she will look to push that.
I just got
that deadlift.
I just got chills
Absolutely.
watching that 210 fly up like that. Damn.
Yeah. Look, interesting to note, if Luciano pushes her squats today and he really takes it to Nat, and then Luciano with a really strong bench, we're gonna see something where Nat will be actually forced to pull very hard. She's actually the international world record holder for the deadlift at 268. She has the unofficial world record with 272 and a half. If she pulls here today and she gets pushed to the limit, we might see a world record get broken.
Yeah, absolutely. Knowing that, knowing her coach, that's definitely in the game plan to go well above 272.5 today.
I think we've spoken about this too, that it does put pressure on Nat in the sense that the deadlift's a major draw card, and when you come up against a lifter who's very strong across all three, puts up a formidable subtotal and has a good deadlift as well, you do have to have a really good day, and that's where we're going to see things unfold at a national event where we hope everyone does well, but statistically, when you look at the podiums from national events, lifts are missed. And that's where lifters will capitalize, and that's where it comes down to this classic. It's not about who's the strongest on the day, it's about who is the best. And we've seen that. We've talked about the 105s before. Arguably, the strongest lifter actually didn't come first in that weight class on the day, but the choices were made, the little things happened, tactics were played, and that's the nationals for you.
That's it. This is a sport. It's not gym lifts anymore.
Making light work of 225.
Absolutely.
Has a great meme page, by the way.
Oh, absolutely.
Want to check that out?
Power Plant Strength on Instagram. Hilarious.
Yeah, I think recent powerlifting events have single-handedly fueled his popularity on that page. Hats off.
Here comes Christopher Sargent out now, 225 to open his campaign.
Christopher getting looked after by Adam Jones over there, who came in as the favourite for the 93s, but missed weight, opening up the play for the 93s in competition yesterday.
Wow. The depth certainly won't be a question on that one.
Excellent squat there from Christopher. And we do have one red light there. Again, it can look different from one side to the other, and also the referees have the best seat in their house to check this out. You can see the referees are going to be getting down, looking at that hip crease, really making sure they're getting the best view. And I might just say that the spotters are doing a really good job here of giving the referees a really good line of sight. You can see Zach on this side is, standing more in front of the barbell, make sure he doesn't get in the way.
Nat here opening up a 240, which is actually a national record attempt.
Yeah, and look, Nat's squat prep has gone really, really well the last 12 weeks or so, so expect her to push her squat numbers today as well.
I believe she hit a 252 and a half in comp prep.
So we have a fairly aggressive opener here, and it moves just like you would hope an opener to move. So to kind of go back on what I was saying before, can I just get a little bit of homework on the opener for Lucy, for bench?
Lucienne is looking at opening at 135. Oh, no, sorry. Apologies for that.
Let's check the scoreboard.
We'll check that out in a moment. Next, we have Connor coming out for 245 on the squat to open his day.
Lucy opening at 120 today on her bench.
Gotcha. Okay.
And
So,
Nat also opening at 120.
yeah, cool. So I'll kind of go back on what I said before regarding the balance, because for Nat to come out and squat like that, I think that she, does have actually a really, really balanced day ahead of her and isn't at too much of a risk regarding that deadlift. I think if she has just a good day on the deadlift, she's in a really good position. I'd be really, really keen to see where both lifters end up on the squat, because this is a kind of classic example where Nat's taking 12.5. Lucy, her jump, we'll see what she looks at for second and third and how that sort of plays out. Will she sort of really chase down that squat?
Lucy taking a 25 kilo jump.
Here we go. Okay, this is exactly what I'm talking about. These jumps are really important. That opener moved, I would expect a massive jump. 25, I wasn't expecting, but I love to see it. Big jumps are a smart play. If you can handle them and if you've done them in training, it means you can stay fresher throughout the day. So it's going to be really good to see how that third squat plays out between those two lifters. We have, what was that open at 30 kilos difference? But what will it be on the third? All right, let's watch and see.
Who's this guy?
Who is this? This is Charles.
Charles Kafusi. Okay.
Charles Kafusi. Okay. First time I've seen Charles. Bit of a dark horse.
His legs are quite small. But no, he's got a monster squat. He should be good.
Look, there's a bit of an inside joke there. We'll leave him alone. But open a squat here on 245 from the man, and he's made it look superb. I think it's a really interesting note here. I've seen a lot of Charles training, and when he really freshens up,
he red lighted. He missed the rack ball.
Oh no. Hazy is going to give him a really hard time for that, and I would expect that they will go up from there. I'm unsure whether he walked it in or whether the spotters helped him in early, but they will organize that on the back end. It's all good.
I believe he's jinxed himself. During prep, he's actually told me he's never missed a squat ever. How ironic.
Now, this is a very exciting lifter, one to watch in years to come. 18-year-old Hugh. 18-year-old Hugh being coached by Alex Hayes, who has made some incredible progress recently. And Alex has said, you know what, mate? Get in the ring with the big boys. Let's see what you can do.
18, wow.
Wow.
Ooh.
Definitely looking to threaten the podium here.
Moves to 55 with some pace. Let's see what the referees say about depth. There is some concern there on depth, and I'm not surprised to see that. It looked like he pulled up just slightly, and Hayes is going to be saying to him, mate, we're going to follow the plan, but you better bury the next one.
Next up, here we got Will with a 270 opener. Will came third in last year's under 120s for Nats.
And so we have some really solid platform experience here, and you may at times notice the differences in composure, and especially in really heated moments from lifter to lifter, because it is an emotional day. Even if you're going to a local competition, generally these lifters have worked for 8, 12, 16, 20 weeks just for this day. They're training, 4 or 5 times a week, 1, 2 or 3 hour sessions depending on the person, and then they're rocking up, and they've got 9 minutes on the platform, 9 minutes to really, make the most of it. So it can be a really emotional, turbulent day. But the lifters who do it best are those who are able to come out nice and settled, if that's their thing, replicate how they train, and put up the best possible numbers. So you will see that from lifter to lifter based on their experience.
Next up, we got Sam Butterworth, the reigning and defending champion of the under 120s, looking to keep his dominance up.
So we have a really, really fun battle that'll unfold here between Sam Butterworth and Josh Linivia. We have different strengths between these two lifters. You'll notice that their squat openers are only 2.5 different. Sam here with 282, Josh with 285. You'll notice quite a big difference in openers between the bench press. Sam with 177, Josh with 195. And then again, you'll see that flip there where Sam's going to open at 320 on the deadlift and Josh 300. So we'll see this unfold, and it's going to be a very exciting shake. Sam there as a taller lifter, making depth look just fantastic, and the trumpets are going off. Why aren't we doing more of that?
We should.
Does that go out to the stream?
It might. Yeah,
We should
I might have hit the
we
air horn
should
button instead of the
definitely-
replay button, but that's okay.
Well, we should definitely be. Look, I reckon we should air horn national records.
Oh, yeah,
Why not?
we
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, hit us up on the stream if you back the air horns. Drop a comment.
Here we go. Crowd favorite here.
Joshy coming out.
Josh has come up as a real genuine threat here. Last year at the 105s, moved up
Yeah.
a class. Has filled up the class quite comfortably with a lot, 2 kilos worth of room. So
Yeah, and it's a big difference looking at 118 just eating in as well. If someone's probably coming in, able to comfortably do 116, 117, but he comes in and eats in at 118. The other thing too is it's very uncommon to see someone fill out a weight class and the very next nationals be there ready to fight for first. So he's done himself and his coach have done a tremendous job of putting a lot of kilos on the total. We're going to see 285 here moving nice and smooth from Josh. Yep, undeniable. And he's looking on today. He's definitely looking like a threat. And this is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see two strong lifters with a lot of platform experience, a lot of nationals experience, both looking strong. And if you look at both of their preps, would you say they're both looking strong?
Well, from what I've seen, yeah. And look, the word on the street, the rumours I've heard around the grounds the last couple of days is that he's going to push Sam, and Sam's going to have a really good day to make sure he stays ahead.
Absolutely true. I think that Sam slightly has the edge because he has the bigger deadlift.
Yeah.
That has to be said.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be interested to check in a moment if Sam's going to be beyond the national standard to see if he can chip anything. But Josh is going to be in this unique power position as well. I do have to give credit to the subtotal kings. A strong subtotal puts pressure on the pull. Doesn't mean that you just can mosey through. Every lift is going to matter. And at the end of the day, Josh also has a really strong pull. He's not miles behind, and it is going to play out in a very interesting format.
here comes Jackson here with a 310 opener, which is absolutely wild.
Yeah, and this is a interesting one for Jackson today. Only 120 plus competitor, but the QT for international is quite high. I think it's at 885. Now Jackson has hit 900 before, but he's going to have a good day and send it above the 885 mark to make sure he can qualify for his internationals.
I believe he's the 4th man in Australia to hit a 900 total. Is that right?
Yeah.
Tested and sleeved,
Yep.
I believe. Yeah.
Absolutely.
One red light there, so he is on the board. That should set him up with a lot of confidence moving forward. Going to our second attempt here. Darby with a 10 kilo jump from 200. She's attempting 210 now.
Just to rewind a little bit to my conversation on the 105s with Josh and Sam, at the moment the national standard for records is a 310 on the squat, which both lifters are likely looking to push over, 205 on the bench, which Josh is definitely looking to push over, and 337.5. Oh, that's 105s, I'm reading it wrong. Completely disregard everything I just said. I'm a wally. Going back to the squat, 120s is 322.5. The bench press is 215. And the deadlift is 352.5. What do we think about those national standards and how likely is it that these lifters are going to be pushing beyond that? So starting with the squat, we've seen 315 from Josh in prep. We've seen nothing much from Sam, but I'm sure he's been squatting strong. He squats similar numbers. Will we see them push to 322? I don't know if I see that happening.
I'm not too certain, considering how their prep has gone. Their prep has been amazing. I will not lie about that. But like I said before, it just depends on the day. You can come out of nowhere and just bring out anything.
Great squat there from Jarvie with 3 white lights on 210. Yeah, I think that from a practical standpoint, I'd be surprised if we see a chip on the squat from the lads. On the bench press, 215. I've seen Joshy bench 215.
Correct.
Replicating that in competition after squatting might happen, so he may have access to a chip there, and I'll be interested to see. When I say access to a chip, for those listening at home, that means that if you go over a record, you can actually go in 0.5 increments rather than 2.5 increments. What that forces later on in the competition is that if the other lifter is deadlifting and they don't have access to a Australian record, they have to beat you by taking a whole nother 2.5 kilo chip. So it's quite the advantage and gives you a little bit of an edge on the competition. Looking at the deadlift, I think it's highly likely that we see Sam have access to a chip.
Definitely. I think Josh is capable to push him to be in that position. And knowing Sam, he's a competitor, and I don't think we're going to be disappointed here today.
Duncan standing up nicely with a 230. Yeah, I mean, we've seen Sam pulling 340s, 350s. I've heard conversations that him and his coach are willing to go a lot higher than that if it's required, and they're going to load exactly what they need. So we are going to see another circumstance here, similar to how we were talking through with Michael Rand and eventually win from Sam Forsberg in the 105s. We are going to see, Sam Butterworth likely load whatever he needs for the win. But let's look at the ladies. Second attempt here from Lucy at 235. Like we said, 25 kilo jump, and I'm expecting this to move with a lot of gas because she squatted more than this. Her 210 looked like it was nothing.
Yeah.
So 235, I'm expecting this to look a bit more like an opener, and then another pretty solid jump from here. I'd be interested to see what the jump is from here. I could see 15, 20 if it moves smoothly, but let's see how this moves.
True testament to how her training is going. Her best comp squat is 225, and this was at Queensland State. So
we have a 10 kilo PR here.
Yep.
Disgusting. In the best possible way.
Crowd's going wild here.
I feel ill.
I don't want to squat ever again. That's crazy.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so we're seeing a very technical, very strong, very well-prepared Lucy on the squat there. 235, I'm predicting she comes out for at least 250. I'm watching that scoreboard to see what she puts in next to let everyone know at home what we can get ready for on the third from Lucy there.
Quick note to mention, the two podium threats for the under 120s and the 84 plus women's are actually brother and sister duo, Luciane and Joshua.
Something in the genes. So Lucy has put forward 250 for her third squat, which I think is a very sensible pick. I would predict that she comes up through that 250 and doesn't have a problem with it if she's able to execute like that 235. I just hope that she doesn't leave too many kilos in the tank. When you're picking a third attempt, you do want to get within striking distance of your max. You want to try and pick that sweet spot where it's slow but doable and maybe doesn't tax you too much for the rest of the day. We, see differences in selections between lifters, and sometimes we see lifters kind of shaking their head as they're going off. They've smoked a third and they maybe had a lot of room, and that could really change the play of the day. So I'll be interested to see how 250 moves. I don't have doubts that she'll get it. I'm interested in how good of an attempt that's going to be in the grand scheme of the day.
From seeing how Shania operates, I know that she expects their athletes to earn their numbers. And I know Lucienne is very vocal about what she wants on the platform. So I remember talking to her. She said she wanted that 250 squat. Shania said, well, you got to prove it. And today she's definitely proven it.
That's the thing as well, lifter and coach may be coming into this event playing their own day, and if the opportunity arises to win, they take it. When you're coming from a 225 comp squat PR, gunning for something like 250 is a massive, massive goal. So, taking that huge milestone is, there's a lot of credit there as well.
I can only hear the crowd right now. This is crazy.
Speaking of 250 kilo squats, Nat has 2.5 loaded on the bar. There is literally people with buckets banging out the drum line in the crowd.
This is a training best, and she moved it like a every game.
It moves very nicely.
Very custom move, man.
Don't be worried about that little slow in bar speed. Nat is quite a slower lifter in terms of moving the bar. That's not an indication that she's starting to run out of strength.
Yeah, that was
got a little bit
fast
left
for her. That was really fast for her. That 252 she hit in training looked miles harder than that.
Absolutely.
Would suggest there's a bit of room there. I would love to see +7, +10 there. Will we see a 260?
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I think 260 would be in the minds of the coach there.
Yeah, but we are also having to ask the question of, okay, 252, Lucy going to 250. If Nat were to come out for something too aggressive and miss, we're looking at a 2.5 kilo gap given Lucy hits. So we are seeing some really important decisions come out. And like I said before, okay, 250 looks like it's going to be a dub. So is there a lot of credit in going 250 and making Nat hit her third to say, hey, I'm right here?
Absolutely.
Given that,
Great squat there from Connor.
Given that Lucienne's bench is actually quite strong as well, it's going to keep applying that pressure.
What's Lucy benching at the moment?
She's hit 140 in training.
Yep.
Her best in comp prep is 135.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I'm curious to see how we go about that.
Yeah, and look, I think, if Nat's bench has been improving quite rapidly over the last 12 to 16 weeks. So she's probably somewhere in that mid 130s as well. But yeah, she's going to want every kilo she can here on the squat.
And that's where we just have to take openers at face value, because we've just seen how much the gap got closed on the squat with completely different openers, and that's just how it goes. Charles here looking to get on the board after a bit of an error on the opener there. He moved it fine, so the coach, Alex Hayes, has chosen to go plus 15 to 260. I've seen him squat a fair bit more than this in training. He should be good for it. It seems to stay nice and settled for that re-rack.
Could be considered nerves. I'm not too sure. I think this is his first nationals. Is this correct?
Not 100% sure. Looks good there for depth. He's G'd up.
Signature head nod.
He's saying, please don't make jokes about me or memes about me. I'm pretty good.
But don't listen to him. Continue to make jokes about him.
Yeah,
Big supporter base here. I can see these, what is it? Small Calves Club shirts going around the...
I'll take ownership of that. I actually have the shirts.
Where's my shirt? I would love a shirt.
If you see his coach out there, Alex Hayes, he's actually wearing that shirt.
Phenomenal. Hugh coming out for a 275 squat. Nice big 20 kilo jump. Alex Hayes is a big fan of big jumps within reason. I think that it's important that you understand that the lifters are going to be practicing these jumps in training in their warm-ups. Hugh taking plus 20 here, which I think we'll see move quite well. He did get one red light on depth, so I'm sure he's been told to make sure that there's no denying here.
18 years old. That's crazy.
Yeah, this man will have a big future in the sport.
Wow.
He's sunk that in nicely and actually made that look a touch better than his opener, which is not uncommon. Okay, still one red light, which I can appreciate might be from different angles.
That's from the other ref.
That's it. So, there's going to be elements there. There's going to be elements there of, being at different angles on the platform. And like we've said previously, the referees do have the best spot. I did notice that he did push in harder, so he is really trying. I think that he's going to have to keep doing that because one red is not where you want to be, and leaving the fate of your lift in the hands of one more, because it only takes two reds to get a no lift. So hopefully Hugh can come out and keep on being as undeniable as possible. And they have posted a 293rd, so they seem confident it's all going to be okay.
Will here with his second attempt at 287.5. Moves it quite comfortably. What you expected out of a second attempt?
He's done well there. Definitely held position nicely and didn't seem too phased by the ascent. Again, seems like a lifter who moves through a little bit more of a moderate pace. Not really bouncing through that first attempt with any particular difference in speed. So I would expect a modest jump there and hopefully a solid third attempt there from William. Really getting into the meat of things now. We're starting to see some bigger squats, some slightly harder squats, and some more important decisions being made between seconds and thirds. We've got Sam Butterworth coming out for a 15 kilo jump. You compare that to Josh coming out next, who's taking a 20 kilo jump. So he's starting to show that there is a difference in squatting strength here between the two, but it will really matter how execution goes on these lifts. Let's see Sam, how he gets through this lift methodically, and hopefully he can put 297 on the board.
I will mention it. He'll probably want me to say this, but his hair looks phenomenal.
Slim Shady.
Oh, yeah, I just noticed the hair.
I'm a big Eminem fan and fan.
Is he the 120 Nick Manders? Is that what he's trying for? Or?
That's it. So he's moved through that well. He's gotten that on the board. I can't say I'm expecting a huge jump from second to third there. I'll be interested to see, I'd love to know what the conversation is right now between coach and client, because that really matters. And when you're a coach working with seasoned lifters who know themselves well, they've been training for, maybe a decade, he might be coming off the platform saying, goodness me, that felt trash, don't put much more on. Or he might be coming off the platform saying, I've got plenty more, I just kind of stuff this thing up, trust me, and put more on.
And this is second prep now with his new coach since moving away from Kelly last year?
Yeah, I believe so. So he'll obviously have someone who's not his coach taking care of him today, because I believe his coach is overseas. But it's just interesting what that conversation might have been and what they'll post next. And I can see they put 7.5 on the bar. So he seems confident that maybe he did something wrong there and he's probably going to clean that up for his third.
Okay.
We've got Joshy coming out with a 305 second, which is equal to Sam's third. So again, you can see similar to that Lucy in that situation. Misses and makes are going to make this close or not close on the squat. So Joshy coming out, plus 20. You would expect him to move through this quite well, having squatted 10 more in training.
Crowd go silent.
See,
Oh my God.
Couple of crowd members on their feet, aware that we have a big third squat coming. I wonder, will we see some aggression in the attempt selection for this third? I really hope we see something interesting.
I see Josh putting 320.
I would be keen to see that, and I think that he would give that a very, very good shot. I'm watching that scoreboard very closely to see what gets posted for that third with Josh, because this is going to be important kilos.
What do we say the national standard was? Was it 322?
322.
322.
Okay.
So they've gone
That'll be tempting.
317 and a half, which is going to be a 12.5 kilo increase. We were all sort of sitting here wondering whether 320 might go up, but they're looking at it going, 317. Maybe Sam took a smaller jump than they anticipated, and they're saying 317 puts us in good stead. And I think it's important to make those important decisions, because he could go 320. If he happens to have a bungle and miss, he's out.
Yeah, no, he needs every kilo
they're
today.
important kilos, and it's also a massive squat.
Could be a tactical thing here as well, considering that.
I'm
saving
interested.
Your depth.
Absolutely.
Jackson,
I'm interested to see depth
330.
here from Jackson.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
Three
Yeah.
reds. So that was pretty
cut it high.
clear. We could see that from over here. He pulled up quite a lot. His body language was quite different to his opener. Again, an important decision here. He's obviously he's running a race with himself. Will he go up from there? We talked about the world standard. He's got to have a pretty good day to hit that world standard. Going back to the battle between Sam and Josh, we were talking about, valuable kilos and how that day plays out. We have, strengths in different areas and making sure you really capitalize your day.
Yeah, all they need to be thinking right now is getting enough kilos in these first two lifts to really push Sam past what he can do on the deadlift, because he's going to deadlift last. They're going to have to really be in Sam's head about how much he needs to pull.
That's right. I think that Sam's a pretty hard person to shake. I think that, he's also going to come out with a decent subtotal and big enough lead on the pull to feel confident. And I think as well the chip advantage there also gives you the confidence that you're going to put the lowest number on the bar possible. So there's a lot of things going on there. I think that it's one of those things that can work a bit of a catch-22. Let's watch this squat first from Jarvie, 220. He's pushed in well there, and unfortunately just not been strong enough to get through that one. Great effort, and well done from the spotters, taking care of Jarvie there. We have a chat there with Zach before leaving the platform.
Zach looked scared there. I won't lie.
Always scary being a spotter when there's well over 200 kilos on the bar.
Absolutely. And anytime we have over 200 or more on the bar, we have a five team of spotters. Usually there's 3 spotters for anything under 200. It's just an extra safety precaution to make sure the lifters are safe as possible.
Here comes Duncan here with his last attempt at squats with 235.
5 kilo jump from his second.
Good fight. Great catch by the spotters.
Hips just shifted back and then couldn't push out. But good day out so far. Takes 2 from 3.
I mean, and he's got at 230 is actually a fairly decent day.
Absolutely. Hasn't left many kilos behind there, so that's good.
You should be very happy with it.
Christopher Sargent coming out now. Retaking his second at 237.5.
Did he miss last one? Or was it called?
I can't remember exactly what he got called for, but
Hopefully he makes light work of this.
It's pretty good there.
Makes a move.
yeah, and it's 2 to 1. Now, I think one of the refs just caught him there. He had a little double movement at the start of the squat. Now, some refs will let you get away with it. Others will take that as you starting the squat, and therefore you get the up-down card. But thankfully, 2 of the refs have given him that's a good lift. So he'll take that 237.5.
Yeah, you've got to be careful. We saw this at Sheffield, I believe, with one of the lighter weight lifters. I believe.
Kyoto.
Yeah, who was getting called for that. It was significant.
Yeah.
But a lot of lifters will start the squat by sort of taking a breath. I'm going to wait because the crowd is not going to let me speak on this. Let's have a look at Lucy's 250 squat. This is major, major business.
We'll just let you hear the crowd for this one. This is
You can
crazy.
feel the energy here. This is an important lift. Must get this lift. Goodness me, I'm just shaking my head in wonder at that 250 kilo squat. Moving like that is incredibly impressive, and she has practically even the score now with Natalie's second squat. And so it will turn to Natalie after Michael comes out for his squat to extend and to hit this 257, and the pressure will be on to actually say, I'm ahead of you.
Next up is Michael Plant, looking at a 255 squat.
Has to be said there for Lucy, 25 kilo comp PR.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, her last couple of preps have gone absolutely crazy.
When you mix talent, the genes, good coaching, anything can happen.
And a great mindset. Like, I've seen their training, and they're very happy. They're very chilled. They don't put too much pressure on themselves, and they just enjoy training. I think that's key.
A nice mix of being relaxed and being committed goes a long way. Michael here looking at 255 to add 12.5 to his squat. And he's made pretty light work of that.
Very fast out of the hole.
Made pretty light work of that. Hopefully the referees are happy with all the standards. Comes away with 3 white lights and a seamless 3 from 3 squatting day. Next we got Natalie, and we're going to shush up here in a second because the crowd is going to replace us for a moment. Looking at a 7.5 kilo extension on Lucy's squat and just a modest 5 kilo increase from her second. I'd expect this to move quite well, and sounds like they'd be preserving just a little bit for the deadlift.
We have a haka happening in the crowd right now.
Awesome vibe. $257.5 kilos on the bar for Natalie. Coming up with it. He's held it. The referees are making their decisions. 3 white lights and a 257.5 kilo squat. 3 from 3 on the squats locked in.
She just broke 3 national records, all of them her own.
She is an absolute force to be reckoned with.
We talk about the competitive nature of all the athletes here. One thing to note is that the 3 contested for the 84 plus are all really good friends, and super supportive of each other. So even though there's a competitive edge between them, they're super supportive of each other, and they're very happy to see each other succeed.
So what was interesting there is that the coach didn't choose to take a chip with the record. I think that's actually pretty smart because the chip doesn't matter.
No.
When a lifter has a chip later on in the competition, it's pretty redundant. So happy with that play to stay on the 2.5s. A very close squat there for Connor at 270 kilos. That's about as close as it gets.
Great fight there, but just really unfortunate.
So again, to give some insights with the chips, the order of events really matters. If one lifter, in this case, Lucy, has the advantage of, Nat has the advantage of a squat chip, but she also has a chip later on the deadlift, it's not really that important that she takes that chip early. She knows she has that draw card later. The chip advantage purely gives you the ability to make the other lifter take more kilos than they previously might have had to take. And when it comes down to the wire and the lifters are really, really close, a 2.5 kilo increase can make all the difference. So chip advantage can really be helpful. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out for Natalie across what was something she could have taken a chip on the squat there and also the deadlift later. We'll see how that plays out.
Charles here with his last attempt here at 275. I believe this was his best in comp prep. And he moved it fairly comfortably. So after a nice takeover, you should see this move fairly well. Easy. Signature head nod.
Now we see a bit of that personality coming out there with Charles. Really happy to hit that 275. I know you probably have a bit of nerves from Hazy there, watching him shake around and nod his head as he's standing up. But every lifter has a unique personality, and we love to see it coming out in the platform.
Up next is Hugh Spackman with 290.
Hugh Spackman, our 18-year-old debut Nationals lifter, squatting 255, 275, and now looking for a 290 kilo squat, which I know would be a PR, but I'm not sure by quite how much. He has gotten one red light on both his opener and his second, so it's really important that even though he needs to stand up with this, first he needs to tick that depth box. It does not matter if he stands up if he does not get to depth, so he must do that first. And hopefully as a newer lifter, he can compose himself and make sure that happens. Best of the three there on depth. Best of the three. I'd love to see 3 white lights. 3 white lights in the best technical squat of the 3. All referees happy. And he's done a beautiful job there of putting up a really great 290 squat.
That's some good signs considering how young he is to see so much fight and be able to grind out a lift. Wonderful.
Absolutely.
Definitely a lifter beyond his years. Talked with Alex a little bit about Hugh and his potential and where he is from a talent perspective at 18. He's definitely a lifter to watch, not only over the next 1 to 2 years, but think about when he's beyond a junior, 5 years' time. How strong is this young man going to be when he's 23, 24, 25 and beyond? It's very exciting, and I hope he can stay in the sport, be patient, and build his way to being, competitive on the world stage one day.
Who knows, maybe further down the track, he decides to jump a weight class, maybe even gives Jackson some competitiveness.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with his frame at 18, he'll have to go up. He'll hold himself back if he doesn't.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it really depends how his progress goes over that time. Some people can sort of sit at the body weight and keep making progress, and that works out. But I think you're right. If you're 18 and he's filling out at the moment, so like he's not an awful lot under the weight class, I think he's got time there. And also the thing too is how competitive are you? So let's say that you're not progressing awfully well in a weight class, but you are really competitive, say internationally, it matters little.
Here's Sam Butterworth now for his third.
Really important squat here for Sam, because if he makes this, he's equal to Josh's second attempt, which does put pressure on Josh to really have some kind of extension on Sam with the squat. So very keen to see if he can make a plus 7.5 squat here. No, he's good for it on strength. Is this going to come down to execution?
Yeah, miss here would be crucial later.
He has pulled up a little bit there in the hole, which has made for a stronger squat. Let's see if he got below
they're happy.
the
Very
standards. Wonderful. And that's a really good play and might have been part of the conversation, especially for a tall lifter like Sam, but it goes for anyone that if you do sink very, very deep, like well below the standards of depth, it can feel pretty bad. It can feel pretty weak and a bit janky. And that was kind of the comment we were making after his second. So he looks to have improved that. And, might I say, had some kilos in the tank. Will that be important later? We'll find out. Now we have Josh coming out for a 317.5 squat, looking to be 12.5 kilos ahead of Sam. Important to note as well that Josh is lighter than Sam on body weight.
This crowd will get very quiet and very loud soon.
He's going through a methodical setup. Doesn't matter how heavy it is, he's going to treat it exactly the same.
Has a full 1 minute. Plenty of time.
Bars floating off the rack nicely. It's always a good sign. He's looking ready to go. Excellent squat from Josh there. And might I say, a really sound kick. from coach and client. He's G'd up. He knows that was an important lift, and he smashes straight into Steve with the torn bicep. Ouchie.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care about his arm.
Yeah, so fantastic to see those two gents going at it on the squats there. And next we have Jackson coming out, who is making what I think is a wise decision to retake the 330. As we mentioned, he's got a mission here in total, but not too worried about any contenders. He's literally the only lifter in this weight class today. So 330 is going to be an important lift for him to make those 20 kilos he was unable to claim on his second. He stood up pretty easily, but he did noticeably pull up in the hole. We were able to call that before the referees did. All he's going to have to do here is be really focused on that depth, and I think we all know he's good for it on strength, and he's asking a bit from the crowd. He's G'd up, and he's saying, get after me on this one.
Yeah, he looks way more fired up on this attempt.
Let's go, big fella. Come on.
It's a lot of weight. 330 kilos on the back.
And always opting to lift in some fresh J1s.
It does look a touch better. One right on Zep, he gets the lift.
Good lift there.
I think this just highlights the difference in refereeing standard between a local competition and a national competition. Am I right in saying that the 900 was local or state?
It was state, and there was a number of national referees on the platform that day, but yeah, I mean, this is...
So maybe there's just a little bit of a difference in, how he's squatting today.
Yeah.
Maybe it's nothing to do with that. But we've said this before, that the standard refereeing at a national event is always going to be
It's spot
high
on
caliber.
this weekend, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's been tough, and as someone who only went 1 from 3 in my own squats, but they're calling it as they see it this
Hard pill
weekend.
to swallow.
Yeah, but it is what it is. You need to do better, right? You want to make it no doubt in the rest mind. So
That's it.
all right, we're at the end of the squats. We'll take a quick 10-minute break. Don't go too far away. Bench press coming up very shortly. See you back soon. All right, we're back with bench press now. Stephanie Jemison going to open us up with a 60 kilos on the bar.
Easy opener there from Steph.
Yeah, Steph makes light work of that one. Katie Reed coming out now with 72.5 on the bar for her opening attempts.
Easy unrack from Katie. I believe she trains out of Perth Motion, coached by Shania. Easy opener there, setting the pace for her day.
Yeah, it's a really nice looking opening bench.
This is actually her first nationals as well. Looking to put a bit of a stamp on her mark.
And Brooke Pritchard up now with 75 kilos on the bar for her opening bench press attempt.
I'm very happy she's decided to continue with today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Something to note as well, she actually does strongman stuff.
Okay.
She's really good. So she is quite common with the strength competitive sports. Makes light work of her first attempt. What are some of the things that you guys feel the refs are looking for when it comes to bench, when it technicalities and all that?
So bench has the most rules to look out for. There are a lot of points of contact that are really important. So the feet have to be flat on the floor, as flat as the shoe allows. Bum has to be in touch with the bench. Head has to be in contact with the bench. You have width requirements for the hands, and you also have depth requirements for the elbows. So the referees are on the lookout for a lot of things.
And here comes Lauren now with 77.5 on the bar for her opening attempt.
Speedy lift there.
Yeah, very well lights there for Lauren.
The most
For Brooke, sorry.
recent and notable rule is the depth rule, where your elbows have to be in line with the top of your shoulder. A couple of people have been called for that. So that would be something that'll be watched out for today.
Jung coming out now, 77.5 on the bar for her as well.
Quick to note, last year competed at Junior Nats as an under 76. Looks to just have some fun today. See herself on the competitive stage in the Opens. Ended her squats with 175. Was in the back room with her just a moment ago. Looking to just smooth brain bench, make it work, and just go with the flow.
And she makes light work of that opener. And Annabelle coming out now. She'll start her day with 82.5 loaded on the bar.
Nice handout, mate. Makes light work of her first attempt.
Yeah, really nice opener there.
As expected for first attempts, it should be very comfortable. Just put your name on the board. So all of these first attempts should look very smooth. Give them a lot of confidence throughout the lift. And then progressively go from there. Great work there from Rebecca. Maddie, you coach. What are some things that you tell some of your athletes when benching?
I mean, everyone's different when it comes to all three lifts. They're all going to have their own set of sort of cues and ideas coming out. And the variance on bench press is very evident. You know, some have a closer grip width, some have a little bit of a wider grip width. You're going to see some differences here today. The biggest thing that people are going to look to develop is some kind of pressure and tension on the bench press itself to make sure they're as stable as possible.
Comes out well here with 90 kilos. Beautiful movement there.
Yeah, moving as an opener should.
Then yourself, Chris. As an athlete yourself, what are some of the things that you think about? What's the thought process there?
I think, I mean, it's such an individual lift, but, you know, trying to keep wide, trying to not really tuck the elbows too much as I press, things like that. Some of the sort of big ones, and obviously trying to keep leg drive on. I think that's one of the hardest things to try and learn in the bench, is to really use your legs effectively.
Zena starting out with some attitude. Love it.
And that was a good lift there from Zena. And now Nicola coming out with 92.5 on the bar for her opener. It's a big opening bench.
Yeah, Nicola looking quite strong here. She ended her squat day with 185. We're going to open up at 92.5. I believe she's second nominated here, up to Beth. So I think she's going to be putting some pressure here.
We're really going to see lifters trying to build their total during the bench press. We do have some lifters who have particularly strong bench press, but it tends to be the kind of lift where we're sort of joining between the squat and the deadlift and making sure we are putting key kilos on the platform. You'll notice there's just oftentimes a little bit less spreading the lifters on the bench press than the squat and the deadlift by the nature of the absolute numbers we're working with.
Stella coming out now for 95 kilos for her opener. Another strong competitor here in the under 84 kilo class.
Who's like an empty bar right there?
Moves nicely. 3 white lights. So as mentioned previously, there are a number of things the referees are looking for, and just like the squat, the side referees are going to be indicating to the chief or head referee that they are happy with the starting position. So the elements I explained before, bum, feet, arm position, you have to have locked out elbows, all those things have to happen first, and then the ref can give the start command. Rebecca here with a 100 kilo opener, which is a very strong opener. Let's see how she goes. Fighting movement.
I feel that with bench, considering how
3 white
technical it
lights.
can be, how many rules you have to worry about, it's really good to stay composed, stay really rhythmic, and just really, I guess, smooth brain it.
Yeah, I think it's one of the ones that can have errors pop up when you bring that aggression up a little bit, whereas the squat and the deadlift can really benefit from that. So yeah, I do agree. There's a level of finesse in the bench press that's important, and you will see these bench presses showcasing that. Bethany coming out with 115 kilos. We can see as a 84 lifter. It's a big bench press, and we'll see some really good tech from her here.
Yeah, as you'll see, Beth is quite a fierce competitor, and she gets G'd up and amped. But you'll see in her bench, well composed, likes to take her time, And as you can see, 115 opener just moved like an empty bar. And incredible.
3 weight lights. So again, ref's happy with everything we just mentioned before. And we'd like to give a little bit of insights to the viewers and listeners at home. Some will be really aware of the rules in powerlifting. Others won't be as aware. So we'll try and talk through as much as we can to give you guys some context around the lifting going on today.
Back to the top of the flight now. Stephanie Jemison coming up for her second with 67.5 loaded on the bar.
Steph electing for a 7.5 kilo jump.
Now, we've seen some pretty big jumps across the squats, and you'll see that the jumps are a little bit smaller here on bench press as a reflection of the absolute number. It comes down to percentages and making sure the lifter can handle that jump. It doesn't feel too heavy in their hands, and it's also, not too small of a jump that they aren't making it to the best possible number on the day. So it's a fine line.
And like mentioned before, it's all indicative of the competitor. What kind of jump you take on. You might see some people take on a 10 kilo jump, some might elect for a smaller jump, and like I said before, it's just dependent on the athlete.
Really nice attempt there from Stephanie for
that was
second.
smooth. That was a smooth attempt. I think a little on the hard side. I'm not sure how much more we'll see, and it's not uncommon to see the bench press jumps go down to about 2.5 kilos from second to third, particularly when you're playing around this 60-70 mark. As we get closer to sort of 100 plus kilos, those jumps do widen a little bit, but not uncommon at all to see a 2.5 kilo jump, which I would expect there, and that is the minimum. You can't go any lower than that. Katie coming out for a +5, 77.5. I say +5 from her first attempt of 72.5. See how she fares with the 77.5 kilo bench press.
Opener moved really quickly, so
yeah, it did.
This one should move in a similar fashion.
Routine.
Yeah.
Very routine pressing there, and hopefully we're happy. 3 whites. Excellent work.
I know she was very excited to compete at States. I can only imagine how she's feeling being here now on the national stage. So to be well composed, be able to handle herself like that is props to her.
Absolutely. We mentioned it before that for any competition, these lifters are really prepping for a long time, but obviously nationals is high stakes, lots of emotion. Everyone's very excited to be here. Now, Brooke's coming out for her second bench press, so she is continuing with the day despite having the 170 squat issues. She's going to continue lifting, and hopefully we see 6 from 6 from her on the bench press and the deadlift. So we have 80 kilos here for Brooke. See how she goes, +5 kilos from her opener. Very sound press there. Worked through the middle nicely. Kept the bum down. Excellent 3 white lights. And when I say kept the bum down, sometimes as lifters grind through the middle of a bench press, the bum will kind of bounce up and down off of the bench. The referees are going to be watching that very closely, because if they actually separate off of the bench, that is a red light.
And Lauren coming out now, 82.5, 5 kilo jump up from her opener. Again, Lauren's opener was very fast as well, so
I expect this to move the exact same way.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, strong.
Extremely strong there. From face value, the way we look at these competitions is that as a casual watcher, you think we're just lifting weights. But there's a lot of emotion in this. This is an accumulation of the training, the amount of time spent, the amount of weight moved, a lot of emotion on their face, and this means a lot to them. So yeah, you can see that this is very important, and this is just a testament to how hard they work. Young here with 82.5, looking for a 5 kilo jump here.
Responded nicely to that press call. So again, to add to the library list of rules there, well done for Jung securing that second. To add to the library list of rules for bench press, the calls are really important. We're getting a start, a press, and a rack command. The press command is to allow you to push off the chest. And you can see Jung there was right on the money going as that press command was given. But you're always going to risk getting a red light from the referee if you try to jump that too much. Annabelle coming out for 87.5. The common +5 we're seeing a lot of at the moment.
That tends to be the safest jump when it comes to bench. We're roughly around the 5 to 7.5 kilo jump.
Yeah, really depends on the person. I think we see some variants, but there are some common trends. Moves nicely. As expected, +5, moderate jump, move well, maybe another 5 in the tank.
Rebecca up here with the same weight at 87.5. Her opener looked fairly clean. Should expect nonetheless. For the viewers at home, the reason why there's chalk on her back is just to provide that extra grip. They utilize a thing called leg drive. They push themselves into the bench, so having a lot of grip on that would be extremely important.
Nice press there for Rebecca. 3 whites from the referees. Good lift.
How about this pit crew for a spotting team? These guys are...
They are moving quickly.
Out comes Nicola now.
Something else we spoke about yesterday is that the pace of the day. Some people are ready for the pace of the day, where generally spotting crews at Nats are working quick like this, and at local comps it can be a little slower depending on the comp. Making sure you're ready for that, and your rest times have always been pretty tidy in training. 95 kilos for Nicola here, plus just 2.5. Again, different tactics for different lifters. I do recall her opener being slightly on the harder side, but she's made very light work of that. Was I remembering that incorrectly?
I'm not sure, but that move
That was very clean.
well.
That looks a lot like an opener. So perhaps that smaller jump was reflective of an opener. Didn't feel great, but she looks on groove now. So we might even see an irregular jump here of +2, then +5. I'm keen to see it.
Comes Zena out now, 97.5. On the bar, 5 kilo jump up from her opener at 92.5.
And again, a bit of a pep talk. Should smoke this. Makes light work of 97.5. Should give her a lot of confidence in her selection for the next attempt.
Let's go Ultra with 97.5. Fire starting for Ultra.
Next up is Edward, who elected for a 7.5 kilo jump. Her first attempt looked extremely strong, so be interesting to see how this one moves.
Interested to see that 7.5 jump. I know that they were hoping to gun for 100. 7.5 would suggest I think there might be a bit more. I think she's probably peaked into the competition nicely here. Let's see how 97.5 moves. She has made that move like a rocket, and I would expect to be tempted to go for +5 here. But it's important to note that the bench press can really fall off quickly, and even a fast bar speed can just mean there's 2.5 there. It can be deceiving, so it's important to know your lifter really, really well. I'll be interested to see what they put in.
Absolutely. Stella coming out now, 102.5 on the bar. 7.5 jump up from her opener. Opening press was very strong.
Like we indicated earlier, the 60s, 70s, it's more common to see those +5s. We're seeing a few more of these sort of +7s.
Very nice there.
Yeah, moves it well. 3 whites from the
I
refs.
think she has a training best of 107.5, so I'll be very interested to see if she wants to match that.
Yeah, unless there's something that we don't see, but I think, yeah, definitely her and her coach will be looking to load at least that 107 for the third.
Justine
Rebecca.
from here. Looks like it's a vote of confidence. She's
Put it in. So Rebecca taking a 5 kilo jump here from 100 up to 105 for her second.
moves fairly nice.
Yeah, good press there from Rebecca. The referees like it. Good lift.
Next up, Bethany Parker looking for a national record attempt at 120. During her prep, I've seen her move 120. This should be no issue for her. I feel like for her prep, she's gone over the hump already with squats. Now she's going to showcase her extremely strong bench and put on a show for us for deadlifts.
She's looking very chill out here on the platform, coming out for this 120 national record attempt.
That move nice. And she can grind it up.
Yeah, strong press there for Beth. You know, definitely another 2.5 to 5 on her third would most likely be there. See what they load.
We are now back to our, back to the start of the flight with our third attempt for bench.
Yeah, and Stephanie's coming out now with 70, a 2.5 kilo jump from her second. The second was a bit of work, so I think smart move here from her and a coach. See if she can grab this extra 2.5 kilos here on a third.
Letting her spotter know how she wants the handout done. I won't lie, I did this job yesterday. There's a lot of pressure on you to give the handout fairly well.
Absolutely.
And there's a lot of differences in how people like it. Some like it very heavy. Some people like it light. They want you to guide it to the chest. So it's very important that as a spotter, you just listen to them. And then also as a lifter, to just be very clear on what you want. Unfortunate for that lift, not making that. But still to have 67.5 to end off on the day, extremely strong.
Yeah, Stephanie's left no kilos there on the platform, which is really good. Takes a 65 into the deadlifts.
It's another thing on bench press we've spoken on before in regard to miss rate, hit rate. It's a little bit less of a risk to go for something a little bit heavier, maybe something a little bit ambitious, potentially miss and go, okay, I didn't have that, but I got something slightly less. Also, it doesn't really hit you in regard to exertion like the other lifts do. So we see a little bit more risk being taken on bench press.
Okay, Katie Reed coming out now. She's taking a 2.5 kilo jump as well, up to 80. Second moved quite well, but opting for the 2.5 here. So let's see how it moves. Should be within a wheelhouse. Yeah, good press there from Katie.
Going 6 for 6 at the moment. Should
Having
be
a
very
great
proud
day.
of that. I know Shania is a very big advocate for making a perfect day, so that should be the game plan moving forward.
And I think that's going to be the game plan for any good athlete-coach duo. Make sure they come in and maximize the kilos on the platform. At the end of the day, that is all you can do.
Absolutely.
It's not the kind of sport where you're actually going genuinely head-to-head and pushing each other around or anything like that. You have to lift, and then once you lift, someone else lifts, and you're going to have to just make the best calls for yourself on the day.
Brooke Pritchard up now, 85 kilos on the bar. She's opted for a 5 kilo jump up from her second.
Looking for 3 from 3 here on the bench press after the squat situation. Let's hope you can get this. Moving through well. Just a little bit too much. That's awfully close, but comes away with an 80 kilo bench press, and it's great to see her still moving through her day. Looking like we have a 200 kilo opener posted there for Brooks. I'm interested to see how deadlifts play out for her.
Okay. All right, we've got Jung out now. She's loading 85 on the bar for her third attempt. A 2.5 jump from her second. Second move well, so she should be able to grab this extra 2.5.
Consistent setup every time. Marks of a well-practiced lifter. This is a little too much. A classic example of a smooth second, 2.5 feeling like a lot more. And the best way to explain this or give insights is that if someone were bench pressing 160 or 170, it would be the same as increasing 5 kilos from a percentage perspective and how that feels to the lifter. So 2.5 at the top end, as we can see, can make all the difference, but still comes away with a really strong second attempt there for Jung. Next, we have Lauren coming out to 87.5 after benching 77 and 82 on her first and second, so even 5 kilo jumps. Let's see what she can do on this 87.5 kilo bench press.
As an athlete and as someone that watches someone do the bench press, it's kind of hard to judge how much you have left in the tank. I've had times where I've done a last warm-up and I felt like I could plus 10, plus 15, and then just a small jump takes a massive hit. So it's just one of the games you got to play.
Absolutely. Solid descent, a little bit of a tough pause, which put her in a tough position to press out. So no good there on the 87.5. But again, coming over that 82.5, building the total out, 195, 82.5. It's a strong start to the day.
Yeah, just rolled slightly on the chest for her there and got her a little bit out of position.
Yeah, and I think bench press would have to be the most sensitive to little technical differences. Yep. There's even major differences in bench presses that are used on the day.
Here comes Rebecca out now, 90 kilos.
It's the biggest one that's impacted by referee calls, like how long the press call is, how long they're making the weight on the chest. So these things all matter, and they change your decisions on the day. But Rebecca is going for a 2.5 kilo increase to her second, 90 kilos. And just a little too much there for Rebecca at 90, again being left with 87.5. Not a major loss there, as we've sort of mentioned a few times. Those 2.5 kilo jumps, they're hoping to scrape those extra kilos out. But walking off the platform knowing you've gotten the most from the day, as we've mentioned, is always a good thing.
Next up, we have Annabelle coming up for her last and final bench for today at 92.5.
We have 6 bench presses coming up at 100 or over. Annabelle looking to add 5 kilos to her subtotal. That's squat plus bench press subtotal.
This should be that's a PB for her.
Excellent.
Previous PB.
And I think that's right on the limiter as well. So that's a really good selection from the coach and athlete there, and excellent execution from Annabelle to hit a PR. After starting the day with that squat miss on the opener, collecting, hitting this 160, extending to 170, and now a nice 92.5 bench press.
Okay, Nicola Orr coming out now with 100 kilos on the bar for her third.
Okay, as expected, an irregular jump here. Tougher opener at 92, small jump to 95. Now a bigger jump after smoking the 95, as expected. If everything's locked in here, I think this 100 will be solid.
Yeah, second attempt was very, very quick off the chest.
Yeah, she's thrown it up really nicely. Bit of room there as well, but locking in 100 kilos on the platform is big news. We have 185 and 100 kilos, just one red light from the back, perhaps for a slight jump at the press call, perhaps elbow depth, one of the two. But either way, locked in and moving on, we have Zina coming out for 102.5.
Just to mention, Nicola is actually opening up with 197.5 on deads. So she's looking to apply some pressure on Beth.
Yeah, you're not wrong. There is going to be an interesting situation going on in that weight class battle.
Could we have a repeat of last night? Look, considering what happened yesterday, I'll be speechless.
Here's a 5 kilo jump here. Steady unrack.
Done well there.
Big fight from Zina.
Did what she needed to do. Went right on the press call.
Yeah, 3
white
lights.
You would call that a
dance.
Perfect execution of the bench press because she really pressed right as the head referee was saying of the press call. Moving on now, we've got Adjua going for, I think, a fairly sizable PR here and bigger jumps than I know were intended for her, so she must be feeling particularly strong. Going over 100 kilos on the bench press here today. Coach Steph Lara eagerly watching. Comes out nicely.
From what I've gathered, her best comp bench was 92.5. So she's absolutely smoked it.
Yeah, wow. So a 10 kilo comp PR, 3 white lights there. That's a really good lift.
10 kilo comp PR on the bench press is something, especially when you think about that being 10% increase.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Adra has definitely come out as someone who's made a lot of improvements, and maybe they might not have expected her to be quite as close to the podium. So I'll see how that plays out when we get to deadlifts. But first we have Stella coming out for 107.5. This is a really big bench press for an under 84. So she's doing this at 83.6 body weight. Not too long ago, it was unheard of to see anyone or many women benching 100 kilos plus in the scene. And now, look at this, common. Lovely to see.
Strong unrack.
Willing to fight it. Let's go.
Oh my goodness.
Come on.
That is awfully close. She's given that everything she's got. And it might have been just a hair in that would get her through that sticking point. So a valiant effort there on the 107. Left with 102. So really, really good job there on the second anyway. But that is a very close bench press there for Stella. Rebecca coming out for 110 kilo bench press. She's taken those nice even 5 kilo jumps. She's looked incredibly good across the 100 and the 105. Squatted 205 today, looking to add 110 to the subtotal, extending her 105 by 5 kilos. And moves pretty nicely. Very consistent technique, very consistent strength showing from Rebecca here.
Yeah, really lovely bench pressing.
No concerns.
Next up, we have Beth here with 124.5, looking for a national record attempt again.
Unsurprisingly, Beth and coach are looking to, I think Kelly's over there coaching her, looking to take a form of chip here. There's different tactics in which chip you take, but they're looking to get that advantage on the chip in some way.
And like I said before, Nicola could start to apply pressure and making Beth push harder. There's no doubt Beth has that competitiveness in her and will more than likely be able to handle it. But like you said, taking those kilos where you can, especially if you're capable for it, is going to be the best play.
Looking at the under 84s standards, the records, the deadlift is 217.5. So I think it's unlikely, but not impossible. We see chips on the deadlift, so this chip here, would be quite the advantage. The other thing about chipping on bench press is oftentimes in training, people will use 0.5 or 1 kilo increments. So this is also an accuracy thing. It's saying we know what you have to the nearest 0.5. And just overshot that. They've just overshot that by maybe half or 1 kilo. We're going to have to deal with that and stay at 120 for today, which is still a formidable bench press addition to the squat.
Yeah.
But we'll see how important those kilos may be by the end of the competition.
Still walks away with the national record to her name.
That rounds out our first flight here. Now we enter our second flight with Jarvi opening up at 107.5.
Great flight of benching there from those women. Let's see how we go here.
Jarvi's looking confident here. Bridging off her 210 squat, she should be able to make a pretty good mark here with her bench. Easy work there. I believe her best benching comp is 110. So open up at 107.5. Shows a lot of confidence and a lot of testament to how strong she has gotten since her last comp.
Especially when it moves that quickly. Plenty more in the tank there.
In training, I believe she's hit 120 recently.
Okay.
So it'd be very interesting to see how she plays out today.
Pacing well for that one today. Duncan coming out next. 120 kilos on the bar. Good press there from Duncan, and the refs like it. 3 white lights. Nat Lala out next with a 120 loaded on the bar for her first attempt.
That's part of a team that comes out of Perth. Lucy trains out of Strength Club. A bunch of competitors coming all the way from Western Australia just to come in here and compete. All athletes under that banner has put on an absolute show for us thus far. I believe Nat will not disappoint in rounding out their performance here. Makes absolute light work of that 120.
Moves nicely with Natalie. It's important to note the 3 white lights. It's important to note that the efficiency of the setup can be quite important for the lifter in regard to the calls that they get. So you'll see the lifters who take a little bit less time setting up and sitting still after the anger get better calls for the start command.
Here comes Lucy out now. She's starting with 120 as well. But as we talked about before, we suspect Lucy may take some bigger jumps here.
I'd be interested to see.
Getting in nice and tight. Wow.
Very quick press for Lucy.
We have a pretty clear tactic here of opening really light and then being able to take those sizable jumps and build that accuracy throughout the day. There's just some clear differences in tactics here from coaches.
I think she does it for fun, just to get a reaction.
No, sometimes you really want to get a lift on the board, be confident. And here comes Connor. He's coming out for 130 kilos for his opening attempt.
Nice and strong there.
The referees like it. 3 white lights. Great lift there for Connor.
As you can see with these bigger people, right? You see a lot longer arms, a lot longer limbs. What are some of the challenges that you feel like they face in every respective lift?
Christopher coming out now with 140 on the bar. Look, I mean, that range of motion, right? They have to travel the bar a long way. It's a long time under tension. And that can take a lot more work than people with the shorter arms. So obviously they'll try and maximize, in a lot of cases, or capitalize on ways they can reduce that range of motion. See how Christopher pushes through his 140 opener. Moves that one quite well. And so, you'll see lifters often opt for the maximum legal grip width, maximize their arch, change their internal, external rotation of the shoulder, just try and reduce that range of motion. Michael Plant now coming out with 150 kilos on the bar for his opener.
Yeah, something worth mentioning is like the length of your limbs, especially for the arms. It's almost double the range of motion you would of a normal person. So it can become quite a disadvantage for people that do back bench. But in the deadlift, it means that you are a lot more closer to the bar, means that your range of motion actually shortens there. So there's a lot of advantages and disadvantages when it comes to those things.
Strong press there for Michael.
Light work of 150. Extremely strong opener.
3 white lights. Good lift, Michael.
Next wave work, we are
Will here, elected for a 162.5 opener. Should look strong here. I think one thing that's worth noting is that no matter what weight class, no matter what type of lifter you are, the main thing is that your first opener should be one of the strongest. just to set the pace of how the day goes.
Yeah, missing that opening can really rattle you. So it's always a good idea to get one on the board. See how Will goes here. Oh, that's a very nice bench press from Will.
It's easy.
Referees like it. Good lift.
Next we have Hugh, opening with 170.
We'll see Hugh coming out next. He's loading 170 on the bar for his opener.
The 18-year-old prodigy, Hugh Spackman.
These are some big numbers for opening attempts.
I reckon his grocery bill is through the roof. He's a big boy.
Yeah, will be exciting person to see in the sport in a few more years' time. See how far he can push it. Really good to see our juniors and sub-juniors starting off young. A few presses here.
Has to be said as well, he's competitive here.
Absolutely. And that is beautiful bench press technique
Nice
there.
opener. You would expect it to move just like that if you're selecting it as an opener, and it looks good.
Yeah, he's
Three
definitely a genuine threat to the podium.
Definitely.
I know Charles is coming up next. He feels fairly confident and he will still maintain those nominations, but you never know.
Yeah, and Charles now 170 staying on the bar for his first attempt as well.
One thing to note is that Charles' tech when it comes to bench has changed a lot. In states and in his prior comp, his local comp, he elected for a close grip bench as it benefited him due to him having fairly strong triceps. Now he's elected to widen his grip and just revamp his tech, and this should showcase in his bench.
Oh, wow.
It's really nice. 170 moving with speed there for Charles on the opener. 3 white lights. Again, we are expecting these opening attempts to be not only comfortable, but quite quick to indicate there's plenty of room there. Getting on the board and then building out your day. The way I think about it is that the opener and the second really are warm-up lifts.
Bars loaded Sam.
And Sam Butterworth now coming out, 177.5 on the bar for his opening attempt. Rolling the bar all the way to the front of the hooks.
Sam looks like he's having a lot of fun out there. You see him in the back behind the curtain, having a little bit of a dance. He's very relaxed. He's very composed. It's really good to see. Nice and strong.
3 whites there for Sam. Good lift.
Pressed that nicely. I'll be interested to see how his movement trends over the seconds and thirds. Didn't feel like the middle of that press had the most speed, but again, we could be talking about someone who just has like that slightly slower moving bench press and he stays consistent as he adds kilos. But it's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out between Josh and Sam on this subtotal.
Here comes Jackson now, opening with 195 kilos on the bar.
Big opener, 195. It's always good to see strong lifts relative to body weight, but it's always very exciting just to see absolute load on the bar.
Wow.
Moves that very nicely. And since Worlds last year, Jackson and his coach Kelly, they've really worked on his bench, and it's come light years in that 6 months.
I believe they were doing soft touches at first, and then they elected to move to a sink bench, and that's really proved dividends.
Yeah, absolutely. And Joshua will be coming out next. He's going to open on 195 as well. Very big opening attempt for an under 120 lifter.
We do see that sinking style paying off more often for the heavier weight guys. Plenty of crowd support here for Josh coming out for his 195 opener. This is where he extends ahead of Sam if he has a good day.
You should expect here that this will move like an empty bar.
He has bench pressed 215 in training, so this is 20 kilos less.
Extremely clean press line. Has no problems with that. And
Yeah.
the refs are happy with that too. 3 white lights.
Moves very nicely.
Yeah, very strong press out there for his opener.
I've actually seen some pretty slow moving bench presses from Joshy in the past, which I've seen him add like 10 kilos to and been really shocked that he's gotten it. So a fast moving bench press like that is extremely easy for him.
Yeah, and look, just based on the openers, and we know we shouldn't go off the forecasted positions this early because opening deads aren't a good representation, but he's currently forecasting first place.
Yeah, it definitely just shows how tight this is going to be.
Yeah, Yabi out now, 112.5 on the bar. She's opted for a 5 kilo jump up here.
What a jump. Should be comfortable going from 107 to 112. 107 moved nicely.
Have data on her previous best?
Previous best in comp. In comp was 110, and in prep she's hit 120.
Okay.
It's a long pause, and she's done beautifully there. There must have been something going on with the bar movement on the chest for the referee to hold her. The rule is that the bar must be motionless before the press command is given, so you will see some long holds sometimes. And she did beautifully to hold and wait and be patient.
Yeah, she just took a while to sink it in. She actually opting for a light sink, but she just took a while to actually sink it to a stationary point.
Yeah,
so.
gotcha. You got a bit of a better angle than I do on that, so that makes a lot of sense.
Here comes that Lala now, 125. She's opted for a 5 kilo jump as well. 120 moved really well.
We are seeing the jumps play out similarly between Nat and Lucy here. We've got a 5er from Nat here and a 10 from Lucy coming up. So 125 for Nat. Let's see how this moves.
Right. I believe her best comp press is 122.5.
Okay.
Comfortably move 125.
So a small PR there. I'll be expecting a 2.5 kilo increase from there. See what they put in. Next we have Duncan coming out for 130, a 10 kilo increase from the opener. After that we'll have Lucy coming out for 130 as well.
Yeah, Duncan's opener moved really nicely, so 10 kilos here. Should be quite safe. Let's see how well he can press this one.
You can see Nat has posted a plus 2.5 for her third. See how Duncan does with his plus 10 from his opener at 130 kilos. Heavy to the chest, presses it well. 3 white lights. There's a little bit of foot shuffling going on after the side refs put their hands down, which I was interested to see if they would call it all. Obviously, it wasn't enough for them to have any issues with it. Something that I'll be interested to see as things get heavier.
And here comes Lucy out now, 130 on the bar.
This is a national record attempt.
Big 10 kilo jump up from her second.
The original national record is 127.5. So she's looking to improve that by 2.5 kilos.
Speed, and again, looks like they're ignoring the ability to use chips here, aware that the chip will be available later on to Nat on the deadlift, which I think is a sound move. They will be able to use a chip on the final if they think that, we want to take half or 1 kilo because that's what we have, and that's what we see sometimes.
Yeah, look, and I think they will. I think we'll see that chip come out on the third for Lucy for sure. Here comes Connor now, 135, taking a 5 kilo jump up.
Nice work there.
Yeah, moved very well for Connor. I think moved better than his opener. So great lift there from Connor.
The second attempt is going to be 147.25.
Curious to see what he plugs in next. Next up is Chris Sargent with 147.5. Looking for a 7.5 kilo jump. Let's just quickly mention here, our spotters and loaders decked out in SPD shirts, looking absolutely great. Thank you to SPD and City Strength for sponsoring us.
And Christopher Sargent does very well there. It's a nice press. 3 white lights. Adds valuable kilos to his total. And up next, Michael Plant. Coming out at 160, he's going to take 10 kilo jump.
From memory, his first attempt moved extremely nice.
Yeah, it did, yes.
This is not without. Oh, no, I messed up.
He has a strong press, and I
It's
think...
not outside his means.
No, absolutely.
That's the one.
Punch in the air right now.
Put me on the mic.
Nice pressing there.
Wow.
Easy there for Michael.
From memory, I've seen a PR from Michael around the 170 mark during prep, and he was pretty shocked by that. I think it was not expected at all in regard to his previous PR. So I'd be interested to see if he goes for that here or goes for a little bit less.
Yeah, I think it's going to be somewhere around there. He definitely has a 5 to 10 somewhere in there.
Yeah. William next, coming out for 170 kilos after a 162.5 opener.
Setting up nice and tight. Unable to get it off the chest there.
Too much there. An uncommon second miss on straight. So it's always a tough one to come back from after a second. You'll likely see a repeat of that load there. I can't see them going up and trying anything, but saying maybe fixing something technical that didn't happen there and getting that 170 would be a good outcome.
Yeah, maybe he felt slight difference in position. His shoulder shifted on the bench a little bit, or his feet. But yeah, let's see if they can, there's a correction they can make out the back, or whether it's just not feeling it today.
That's it. There's a lot that can happen on bench press. He didn't look awfully close to that, but we can see things happen that make a big difference.
And here comes Hugh now, coming out with a 10 kilo jump up to 180 kilos for his second attempt. Opener was very nice.
A little bit of a fight there, but managed to get it. See what the refs say.
2-1, just a red there for the bar potentially dipping. There was that little movement in the middle of his bar path, and I wasn't sure from my angle whether or not it dipped. But good lift. Two of the refs have given him white, so that's a good lift.
Considering the fight, very curious to see what they put in next.
Yeah, absolutely. Charles coming out now. He's opting for a 10 kilo jump as well. 180 kilos staying on the bar for his second attempt, jumping up from 170 on his opener.
Given how 170 moved, I dare say this will be very strong from him. Trying to make a joke, and nobody laughed. It's beautiful.
Very relaxed lifter, taking his time to get set up. He has a full minute.
You can actually tell he's in his element when he's joking around.
Extremely strong.
Great to see, actually, with a bit of variance in that descent. Looked like a different touching point than the previous one, and just no issues.
Second attempt, number 185.
You do see quite a lot of difference from lifter to lifter in regard to absolute strength versus sort of like the technical prowess that comes with bench pressing numbers. It's clear that Charles just has a lot of pec and tricep strength there. Bit of variance in the press, no issues at all.
Sam Butterworth up now, 185, loaded for his second attempt.
Again, for such a big deadlifter, precious kilos on the bench press, every little bit's going to matter.
Absolutely.
He looks amped up. He looks ready to rock.
Yeah, I'd love to see how this 185 plus 7.5 moves relative to that 177. I was curious, thinking, okay, how's this going to go? Let's see how he moves this. I know he has bench more than this. And that moved a little easier than the opener.
Oh.
As suspected, something maybe just not quite right about that opener in terms of the pressing path or something like that. And he's made 185 look like light work. I'd expect another 5 to 7 there from coach and client.
Yeah, with the bench, there's not much room for error. It's a lot harder to grind through or fight something, fight a misgroove. So to see that move a lot better than his opener is good signs.
They've put in a +5 there, which I think is definitely a safe jump. Got Jackson coming out from 195 opener now to a 207.5 second. And as we've been talking about, the bigger jumps for the bigger absolute numbers as a reflective of percentage. 207.5. Let's see how he moves it.
Nice and strong off the chest there.
Yeah, I mean, that looked every bit as good, if not better, than his opener.
Next we have Josh coming in from 207.5.
Tracking on the same jumps in different weight classes, we've got Josh coming out from a 195 opener as well to a 207.5 second. 7.5 under his training best.
I believe a 207 here. If he hits this nicely, should set him up to match or potentially chip the national record.
And again, whether we see them take that chip and risk going over 215, I'll be interested considering there will be a chip response on the deadlift. Let's see how 207.5 moves first. See that very intentional setup. Still moving with a lot of speed, which again is indicative that there are plenty of kilos to give there for Josh. I'm very interested to see the tactical play on this third attempt selection. That rounds out our second attempt bench press in this flight. We'll move to our third attempts. Bench press can be a lower energy time of the comp, but it hasn't really been that here. We've got the crowd still really vocal, and now we have our thirds, where we're going to see if we're going to get some extensions on these seconds. What's going to happen with these lifters? Let's find out.
The common thing around these comps is that around bench, a lot of people take breaks, a lot of people just walk out in terms of the crowd. If you were here right now and you could see the crowd, it is absolutely packed here. There's not I don't think there's an empty seat at all.
I don't think there's an empty place to stand, let alone an empty seat.
Yeah.
Like what I was saying earlier, I think that people lifting relative numbers to their body weight is exciting, but I do think that the bigger weight classes lifting absolute numbers like today do really pull the crowd.
Yavi coming out now, 117.5, 5 kilo jump. He's pressed really nicely this morning. Looking to add these 5 kilos to her subtotal.
Yeah, bridging off what you were saying before, Matt, even if you're a really big fan of powerlifting and you watch all the time, or you're just a casual watcher, this is something where you just want to watch some big guys with some big weight. And so far we've been...
And the girls too.
And the girls too, apologies for that. Yeah, nothing short of impressive.
Pretty wide set for Yavi. Again, just took her a little time to find the resting spot on the chest, but got there, and then a really nice press out. So great day so far for Yavi. She's doing really well.
Nat electing a 2.5 jump here.
That's what we expected from Nat and Coach Jacob. 127.5, just 2.5 more. Noting that their second attempt was already a PR. So, it's a dig deep for this one if she wants to extend another 2.5 kilos, which would definitely be helpful. The little details will matter. I'm sure Jacob's had a chat to her about the things to focus on. It's extremely close to that, but just short of it. Walks away with a PR at 125.
Yep.
Which is a very tidy subtotal there.
And that's great load selection from Nat and her coach. You know, they couldn't chip because they're below the record that Lucy just set. So they had to go the 2.5.
Let's go.
And Duncan now coming out, 132.5. He has also opted for a 2.5 kilo jump here, trying to extend his subtotal.
Big punch. Unfortunate there for Duncan. He still walks away with a 130 bench, which is still very impressive.
Yeah, really good load selection again. Left no kilos on the platform, so great work from Duncan there. And now we have Connor coming out next. He's added 5 kilos to his second, and he'll attempt 140 kilos on the bar.
Looking nice and strong, taking his time with the setup. Nice and strong off the chest. Got stuck midway.
Unfortunate not to finish that one. The comment I wanted to make on that bench press was probably one of the cleaner unracks in the day. Bum's already down, feet are already set, bar comes out, ready for the start command.
And this is impact enough.
You'll notice some lifters will unrack with their glutes off the bench to give themselves a little bit more leverage to unrack easier and then put their bum down. But this is all time it will take to then get a start command. So everyone has a different preference here. Crowd's firing up for a 140 kilo bench press here, third attempt for Lucy.
This is a national record here.
This will extend that national record she just set on her second. It's a big jump up, but the second was a rocket ship. So let's see what happens here.
Yeah, just pumping 10 kilo jumps here. I love it.
Even people from the back, the athletes from the back room are actually coming out to watch this.
It up. 140 on the board. 3 white lights. National record.
That was incredible.
Big hug from brother Josh coming off. Next we have Christopher coming out for 150 kilos. A modest increase of 2.5 from the second. Second must have felt a little bit on the tougher side, so we're going to try and get 2.5 kilos out of this.
Yeah, he's pressed really well so far this morning, so let's see if he can extend that subtotal.
Nice unrack there.
Oh, it's about as close as it gets. Unlucky.
Very unfortunate there.
Next coming up, I have Michael. We're wondering whether he might jump up to 170. He's going to go for a 165 plus 5. I dare say it's a competition PR, so I'm keen to see how he moves this.
Bars loaded for Michael. Michael, you got this.
Yeah, his best comp press is 155, so he's already ready.
Wow. Okay, so looking at a 10 kilo competition PR here. Big deal.
Is Michael upper weight class from his previous comps?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe he was a 105 prior, and now has moved up into the under 120.
Oh. Looks good for it off the chest, and so he just lost his positioning through the middle there. Which again, it's one of those things where he's clearly pressed this load before, I'm pretty sure, and it comes down to the execution on the day. He'll have to walk away happy with a 5 kilo PR, which is hard to complain about, but very close to getting that 165. William coming out for a 170. Good to see him walking out nice and calm. Knows that he doesn't need to do anything awfully different in his approach, but he might have to just push through that middle a little bit harder to find his way up to the top. Easier said than done. Let's see what he can do to get this 7.5 kilos on the board. 170. Not dead today. Good effort there from William. He's going to leave with 162.5 on the bench press after squatting 287.5. Hugh Spackman coming out next. As expected, a small increase to 182.5. The 180 was a little on the tougher side, and we've taken a sensible jump there. Hopefully he can pick up 2.5 kilos here.
We haven't mentioned it about 20 other times. He's 18 years old. This is, yeah, I'm still speechless.
He's done very well there. Much better press from him. I dare say the 180 that was planned would have moved a bit better than that if he'd executed similarly, and they would have been planning a bigger jump. But you have to play the day. Classic quote from Alex. Hey, you've got to play the day, and they've done just that. So well done to the guys there.
Yeah, that was a very clean press there.
Do you think it could be the variance in how big the jumps are and how comfortable you are with the weight?
It can be. I think that if you don't take those jumps in training, it can be. But also it just comes down to sometimes you execute well, sometimes you don't. His second was just probably slightly off, and he felt that. And so again, they took the sensible jump. And there's no regrets there. You're making lifts.
Charles coming out now. 187.5, 7.5 kilo jump up.
7.5 kilo jump, which looks very realistic for him. His 180 moved very strong. Valuable 7.5 kilos in his contest here with Hugh.
I know he was looking for a 190 bench today. It could have been possible, but I'm pretty sure very adventurous.
He's made pretty light work of that.
Yeah.
So there's clearly a bit of room in the tank. Similar to Hugh, but again, they are competing fairly toe and toe, and responding with a more conservative jump reflective of Hugh's is not a terrible play.
No, he just locked in those kilos now. So, that press moved really well, but to leave 10 behind and risk that 7.5, I think that was a smart move from him, his coach. Sam Butterworth out now, 190 on the bar. Another 5 kilo jump up from the second. Jumped up from 7, from a 7.5 jump from his first to his second.
And we can see that Josh has opted for 215 later, not going for a chip at all. 190 here for Sam, precious kilos. I want to see him get this up, put himself in the best possible position, 6 from 6 before deadlifts. He's done beautifully, though.
Keep going. Just needs to lock out those elbows.
A long wait for the rack call, which would suggest there are some questions.
A little bit questionable about the lockout.
3 red lights, unfortunately. So we saw a really strong press through the middle there. But unfortunately, a loss of balance or just trouble locking out from a strength perspective. Very, very close, agonizingly close to that being on the board. You'll have to work that out on the deadlift when the chips fall for Josh here on the 215. Before that, though, we've got Jackson coming out for 212.5, massive bench press, opting for a +5. 207 from memory moved really nicely.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think we could be looking at a pretty comfortable third attempt here if all goes his way.
It's absolute light work of 212.
It's like a rocket.
Definitely some room in the tank there.
Again, one of the situations we're witnessing here with Jackson where he can make choices based on just his kind of goal for the day in total. It's not actually in direct competition. So we are seeing him just kind of like working through his day, building his total up, not too worried about much else.
Josh here electing for a 215 kilo attempt. This is a national record.
Last one in this flight, we have the third attempt. He puts his best in training. Really solid competition PR and really puts him in good stead on subtotal after a miss there from Sam. Just a really important lift for Josh.
I think that's the key for Josh here today, is to really build that subtotal and really push Sam to his limit. Very comfortable. And the crowd is on their feet.
He's done beautifully there. I would say that's right on the limiter.
He has
That is
squeezed
exactly-
every kilo out of that.
That's exactly what you want to see. So it's exciting times.
And honestly, that has now, if I'm just looking at the scoreboard, that is going to forecast him at an 8:32 based on openers to Sam, who's forecasted an 8:10. So now we know Sam is the bigger deadlifter. Josh is going to open up on 300, Sam at 320, but Sam's going to have to make up a lot of ground here.
Yeah, notable, we have a 42.5 kilo lead.
It's going to be a lot of ground to catch up.
Yep.
Well, that rounds our bench for today. We'll be back in the next 10 minutes. So sit tight. You definitely don't want to miss deadlifts.
All right, welcome back. We'll have Stephanie Jemison coming out for her opening attempt at 120 kilos on the bar.
Yeah, welcome back. This is probably one of the more exciting parts of the day. We're in for a big one today.
Bar is loaded for Stephanie. Here she comes. Get us underway here in the deadlift event.
Yeah, nice and smooth there.
Great looking opening attempt there for Stephanie.
For those at home, the deadlift is a lot less technical when it comes to the calls from the ref. You only have one command, and that's down. And there's a couple of notable things that they're looking for when it comes to your tech. Some of those things have been lockout, no downward movement of the bar, and strong hips and strong knees.
Yeah, really, we're just looking for the lifter to stand up as straight as possible, get those shoulders back behind the bar, and have locked knees and hips. And then they'll get the down command. And then they must obviously hold the bar the entire way to the ground. The hands cannot come off the bar until the bar is back on the platform.
One of the notable things as well is the variance in different stances. So a lot of lifters, they'll elect for a sumo stance. So our first lifter that was on, she had performed a sumo deadlift where your legs are a lot wider. Whereas Katie is now electing for a conventional deadlift, which is more of a narrow stance. What are some of the differences in how you would approach the different type of stances when it comes to those lifts?
And Jung coming out now, 162.5. Yeah, and look, it's an interesting one. It comes down to individual preference. Obviously, limb lengths, etc., play into it. How strong your hips are. Sumo can feel really nice and easy at volume with lighter weights, but it becomes very technical when you hit that top end. Jung making light work of that 162.5.
Yeah, absolutely smoked it. That will be probably her game plan for today, is to open up strong and continue that trend throughout the rest of her lifts and put up a really good total.
Yeah, she's having a great day out. Lots of local supporting for Jung. And here's Rebecca now, 172.5.
Rebecca looking really confident here.
Yeah, cool, calm, and collected. Grips it and rips it. Very nice looking deadlift there for Rebecca. Don't suspect we'll have any problems. No, 3 white lights. Great lift. All right, and here's Lauren now out with 172.5 on the bar as well for her first attempt. Easy work. Gets the down command. And up next, looks like we will have Zina with 175 loaded on the bar. Here she comes looking focused.
Yeah, Zena's very someone really great to watch deadlift. He looks very strong, very like expected. Easy lift right there. Walks out with a lot of confidence. So very happy to see that.
Yeah, excellent lift there.
Next up
Adjoa.
is Adjoa with 175.
Oh, wow. Very fast first attempt. She's currently forecasted in 3rd place.
Best in comp is 200, so
Okay.
considering how that moved, I definitely say that could be potentially on the board.
Pacing for some big jumps. All right, now comes Stella now. 175 again on the bar. Flight moving very quickly. And another excellent opening deadlift there.
Everyone's looking incredibly strong.
Yeah,
today.
some great opening selections. See Stella there just move the weight very smoothly all the way and then snap through at the top.
Next up, Annabelle. Crowd getting behind her.
180 on the bar for Annabelle.
Everyone likes the hometown local. Easy work there.
Yeah, another nice quick opener.
Rebecca's opening with 180. Bar is loaded for Rebecca.
Rebecca out now, 180 staying on the bar for her opening attempt as well.
Great pull there. Easy opener.
3 watts from the referees, a good lift.
Opening with 182 for Mark.
Next up is Beth, opening up at 182 and a half.
Bar is loaded for Beck.
Beth looks confident. You'll see as time goes, and you'll see in her next few attempts, the energy will rise. This will be an easy opener and an easy smoke for her.
Very fast to the top.
Sets the pace, knows what to do, sticking to the plan. They're going to attack it really well.
Plenty more in the tank there for Beth. I think she'll be looking for some big jumps. Deadlifting around the 210, 215 mark.
Yeah, prep best was at 210.
Okay.
So she hit 210 at peak week. So, look, she is currently definitely good on body weight. She's fine.
Bar is loaded for Nicholas.
So she's in a very comfortable position at the moment.
Absolutely. All right, Nicola Orr here. She's come out with 197.5 on the bar for her opener. She's having an excellent day. Currently forecast in 2nd place.
Without jinxing it, she has not missed.
And that's an excellent deadlift for her opening attempt.
Extremely strong there.
It's a good lift, 3 white lights.
Pritchard looking to go for the national record at 220 kilos.
Bar is loaded for Brooke. National record attempt.
Here comes Brooke now.
Really strong there.
Well, she does well there.
Although it was a national record attempt, because she did bomb out, unfortunately, during her squats, it doesn't count.
But hey, she'll be just looking to post a massive PR today, I reckon. You're only out on this nationals platform, once a year, so she'll use this crowd to her advantage and try and rack up as big a total as possible.
Yeah, I think
Just have a bit of fun with it.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing to do is bounce back from that and just have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Come out, do the best that you can, and just enjoy the moment.
Yeah, she's a force to be reckoned with, and she'll just be looking to cement her name in the deadlift position as one of the strongest deadlifters in this weight class. And starting now back at the top of the flight, that moved extremely quickly. The girls just come out and ripped them off the floor. The loaders were quick. So we're back now with Stephanie. She's taking a 12.5 jump to her second. And you'll see that we do take quite sizable jumps often in the deadlift.
Yeah, there's no messing about with this flight. They come in, rip it off the floor, and get out. Pretty sure everyone's just keen to, smash it and then get on to the partying afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, so much hype on the deadlift, so it tends to move quickly. Good lift there from Stephanie. All right, we'll have, I believe it's Katie up next. Yes, out comes Katie. 162.5 on the bar for her.
Yeah, looking for a 7.5 kilo jump. Looked extremely strong in her opener. So I'm very happy to see this selection and see how this moves. Give her a lot of confidence. She's just had a perfect day thus far. And look at that. Very nice. Seeing her prep and how she deadlifts, it is a little bit slow when it comes to the lockout, but that looks extremely comfortable. She looks very confident.
Okay, yeah, well, we haven't really seen a slowdown yet, so I'm excited to see what she can load for the third. That was a very nice attempt. I felt she got the shoulders back better on that second one than she did on the opener as well, so that's also excellent to see. And here comes Jung, 175, a 12.5 jump up for her as well.
Just to mention again, this is Jung's 4th comp ever, I believe, and her first nationals for the Opens. She recently did Junior States at under 76 and absolutely smashed it. And he's looking to... Great lift there. Yeah, and just looking to have a real good time here today.
That was a very strong deadlift from Jung.
Yeah. She's that doll.
Yeah, she'll be happy with that one. All right, Rebecca coming out next. Again, 12.5 kilo jump. We're up to 185 now on the bar.
You got some really strong deadlift this year.
Absolutely. Rebecca's deadlift was super snappy. Let's see how this one goes.
Here we go.
Oh, wow. And again, no mucking around. They just walk straight out, grip the bar, and absolutely rip it off the floor.
What I'm happy to see is there's a lot of conventional lifters out here. It's like a lost art form.
It's always good to have a good mix of both styles. Keeps it interesting. Lauren 185 as well.
Look at that.
Another smooth lift. Okay. 2-1 there. She just got a red with a blue card, which is normally for a slight dip of the bar. Might have just been that sticking point in the middle. But only one ref seen that. So 2-1, good lift. Great work. Here comes Zena now. 187 again, 12.5 kilo jump. Stalks the bar.
I won't lie. It's in as scary as.
She is looking on today. Let's go.
Happy pose. Yep. There's absolutely no mucking around when it comes to her and her deadlifts. She comes in, rips off a floor, and then just mean mugs you on the way out.
Yeah, again, she's got 2-1 there. I think it might have been just for the thighs sliding under the bar there slightly. She just got a little bit, knees locked out just that touch early, and ended up just with the thigh going under the bar, which you can get called for supporting. But again, 2-1, so it's a good lift. Ajwa coming out now, 190. She's put 15 kilos on the bar from her second.
I expect this to look very strong. Her first attempt looked really nice. Yeah, Nick, wow. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very nice looking second attempt. See if the refs like it. Again, 2-1. Let's have a look at this in the replay, see if I can pick what we're seeing. A bit hard from our angle. Again, I just see the knees lock a little bit early and the thighs come under, so I think it may have been for supporting, but I don't have a clear view from that side replay angle. Anyway, good lift, none all the same, so we'll move on now to Rebecca, 190 on the bar. Rebecca does well there, moves it to the top quite quickly, 3 white lights, excellent lift.
Next round, Annabelle is 192.5.
Next up, Annabelle with 192.5. She looks amped. She looks ready to rock. attack that bar. Nice work.
Slows a touch in the middle, but she does really well. Keeps pushing through. Keeps it as a very nice, clean lift.
Yeah, when you're walking out to that bar, it just feels the purity about it is just that you just feels like you, the bar, and that's it. Sometimes
Absolutely.
you don't even hear the crowd. Sometimes you just go like narrow-minded and just rock it. So you can see everyone looks laser focused and they look like they're just gonna.
Stella now, 192.5. Oh, wow.
Extremely fast.
And that was a 17.5 kilo jump from her opener. And she has moved that very well. That's how I'd expect a second to look. She's got a bit more in the tank for her last. All right, Beth Parker now coming out for her second attempt. She's loaded 200. Again, 17.5 jump. Looking pumped up here at the moment.
She's looking to fire up. She's not here to mess around. Nice.
The speed of that was incredible.
Clean.
Yeah.
Next up, Nicola with 205.
Yeah, wow, big second attempt here for Nicola. 7.5 being loaded on the bar. Having an absolutely great day so far.
Curious to see how this moves.
Currently forecast in second position. It's the crowd to help rev her up. Oh, wow.
Look good.
Yeah, it looks good from where I'm sitting. Let's see if the refs agree. Yes, they do. 3 wide lights.
Curious to see how she plays out her next attempt. I feel what attempt she puts in next might put Bethany into the driver's seat, considering how their seconds moved.
Yeah, I think she's looking for a little bit of a smaller jump there on a second, but she's still got more in the tank.
Bars later for Brooke.
Okay, Brooke Pritchard now coming out. She's put, wow, 222.5 on the bar. She's jumped up 2.5 kilos.
Correct. I believe she's opting to time out. She's timing out.
Timing out? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so Brooke, she's obviously come out. She smacked that big 220 kilo deadlift on her opener just to show everyone, hey, I'm here and I can deadlift really well. And she's loaded 222.5 on the bar, but looks like she's opting just not to come out for the second.
I think she's getting early on the drinks.
Just giving everyone else, all her competitors, the minutes rest, though, because this flight has moved extremely quickly. So I'm sure all of her competitors are extremely grateful for the extra 1 minute of rest time. See a coach walking away from the tech desk. So, yes, assuming she's going to time out.
We have Stephanie.
So that rounds out our second attempts for deads. We now come into our last and final attempts for deads in our first flight. Stephanie.
217.5 the other age.
Our screen just changed on us there, but Stephanie should be first out. And it looks like they've loaded 140 on the bar, I believe.
Yes. Sorry, from my angle, it looked a bit different. My apologies. Yep, loaded 140 on the bar. Electing for a 7.5 kilo jump.
Last day of the National Series. We have Katie.
There we go. Screen's caught back up.
Bars loaded for Stephanie.
All right, let's go, Stephanie.
Crowd getting behind her. Get it.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely fights through that lockout. Does a really good job.
And 3 whites. That's an amazing lift there.
She'll be very happy with that.
Squeezed every possible kilo out of that bar on the day. Excellent work.
Next up, we have Katie Reed going for a 170 kilo deadlift. I believe this will match her best comp prep. Oh, sorry. Best in comp.
Katie,
Okay.
170 kilos.
Okay. So we are in PR territory here today. There we go. Gets it the lockout.
Very nice. Like mentioned before, the lockout is a little bit slower, but she manages to fight through that considering how fast her previous move.
Yeah.
She's had a perfect day as well, so she'll be very happy with that.
Oh, yeah. She's got 9 for 9. That's excellent work. Great day out for Katie.
Next
Go
up,
9 for 9 on the national platform is just such an achievement.
yeah, definitely worth being proud about. And you came out, especially in front of a crowd like this.
Yep.
That's another thing as well. Lifting is one thing, but being in front of people, a lot of
Absolutely.
people watching you, it's quite nerve-wracking. So to be able to do that and complete all your lifts is definitely outstanding.
All right, Jung up now. She's loaded 185 10 kilo jump.
Let's go.
You're looking to fire up. Looks like she's ready to attack the bar. No messing about. Crowd's absolutely electric right at the moment. Come on.
Lucky. She was so patient. She stuck with it off the floor. Got it almost to the knee. It's an amazing amount of effort there from Jung. Wow.
Done extremely well today. There's no taking that away from her.
No, she's had a great day out. And it looks like she had a lot of fun with it as well.
She'll finish today with a 432.5 total, which is extremely.
That's an excellent total. All right, Lauren up next to 190. She's taking a 5 kilo jump. Out she comes. Oh, and she is fired up. She is fired up.
Ready to rock. Let's go. Knock it out. Come on. You might get caught for soft knees.
Yeah, soft knees, I think. But she's done so well to fight that all the way to the top.
Definitely.
See what the refs say. Yeah. Unfortunately, no lift there for Steph. Lauren, sorry, but she did amazingly. She was so pumped up for that lift.
Yeah, definitely a valiant effort there. Next up, we got Rebecca. She's looking amped up. She looks like she's ready to rock.
Yeah, she's put on a masterclass of conventional deadlifting here this afternoon. Really keen to see how this one moves.
Must for the crowd to get behind her. Definitely feeding off the energy. There we go. Oh, wow. Looking out. What a grind.
Bites it all the way to the top. Gets it to lock out, and the refs like it. 3 wide lights. That's an amazing lift from Rebecca.
She smoked her last, but sorry.
Next up, we have Zena. Going for 200 kilos.
Okay, another 12.5 jump here.
Oh, wow. I believe her best deadlift ever is 182.5. I could be wrong. Don't get me
Okay.
wrong. So, yeah, there's no messing about. This is a big lift for her, and she'll be very happy if she hits this.
She runs out to the platform. She wants this 200.
Come on. Knock it out. Oh,
Oh, unfortunate there.
uh,
That was an amazing attempt, though. She just got it above the knee.
lost a bit of balance there. She was about to walk away with the bar.
Yeah, the strength was almost there. So I don't think she's maybe 2.5 below that. She may have been able to squeeze that one out, but that's an amazing attempt.
Next up, we have Adwell with 200 as well.
Yeah, Adra coming out now at 200.
This should match her personal best, so this is going to be big for her.
Should be in the wheelhouse.
She's done this before. She just needs to do the job. And look at that. Knock it out. Come on. Just can't get it. She's still fighting. Just can't get it done. Absolute valiant effort from her.
Yeah, I mean, she ground on that for a long time. Just couldn't
She did not
quite
look like
get
she
it.
was going to let go. Up next, Rebecca with 200 as well.
Bars loaded for back. Let's go.
Liz Craven absolutely rasping her before she comes out. She looks G'd up. She looks ready to go. Big pull. Get it. Come on. Knock it out. Solid effort. Very
Amazing
unfortunate.
effort there. That was a big pull.
Comes out to thank the refs.
Stella's going for her.
Got it within centimetres of lockout. Great day out for her. And up next we have Stella, who's opted for 200 on the bar as well. 200 is a very magical number to get into that 200 club.
200 is not an easy number.
No.
I see this across all these athletes. It's incredible.
It's a huge deadlift. Pass to the knee. Oh, and she gets there nicely.
No messing about. They absolutely ripped off the floor, and she's ecstatic.
Yeah, 3 white lights there for Stella. Amazing lift.
Next up, the local Annabelle Regan, looking for a 205.
Big jump here, 12.5 kilo jump to her third attempt.
This will be a PB attempt. The previous is 202.5, so she will be looking to add 2.5 to her deadlift personal best. Crowd's behind her. They're amped. Benny's out there. He's trying to amp up the crowd. Get it.
Gets it to the top. See what the refs have to say.
Absolute fight.
3 white lights.
Well deserved, and she's happy.
Yeah, she
Extremely
fought
good.
so well with that. Okay, and here we go. Nicola Orr coming out now. She's added another 5 kilos to the bar from her second. 210 kilo attempt coming up. When we look at her on the side, she's getting absolutely amped up, having a great time.
Bars loaded for
She is ready. Let's go, Nicola.
She looks very zoned in. Big pull. Rips off the
Oh,
floor
wow.
and closes out.
I'll tell you, that looks very good from where
She's
I'm
happy.
sitting.
Coach is happy.
3 white lights. That's
Very
a good
strong.
lift for Nicola. 210 kilo deadlift.
Next up, we have Beth looking to Go for 210 kilos here.
Bars loaded for birth. Get around it, guys. Come on.
Beth's going to come out with a lot of energy here. It's going to be very good. Yeah, she's fired up. There's no doubt that this needs to go. Very clean, very comfortable.
Fire. Very wide lights. That's a great lift for Bethany. Rounds out her day very nicely.
Next up is Brooke, who has elected to time out.
Next we have Brooke at 222.5. However, she will be timing out. So we're just going to have a minute.
Okay, so that wraps up the under 84s. We still have a couple of lifters to go in the 84 plus, but you'll see Bethany Parker as your national champion in the under 84s. She'll finish with a 510 total. And coming in second place, Nicole Orr, who's had an amazing day. If I'm not mistaken, has gone 9 from 9 and posted a 495 kilo total. So amazing work there. And in third place, looks like we have Stella, who has finished on a 462.5 total. So amazing day for Stella as well, going 8 from 9. Great work. Great work to all the ladies in the under 84s.
While this attempt plays out, just take an opportunity to thank all the volunteers that have helped across the whole weekend. Our spotters, loaders, our tech desk, our guys at the front desk, and everyone that's helped get this to come along together. The coaches in the back, all the athletes that made this possible, and an absolute incredible crowd to get this as big as it is. For APA to hold their first nationals and to have a turnout like this is truly incredible and a real spectacle to see. So very happy to see that happen.
Yeah, amazing to think that under 4 months ago, we had to start this federation. And in 4 months, we've been able to pull together a nationals like this. We've grabbed a whole heap of support from all of our lifters, our local gyms, our sponsors, our affiliates all around the nation. And it's been an amazing event. So thank you everyone who has invested time, they've trained, they've joined, or they've come along to watch and support this weekend.
We're going to start with our next flight.
So that rounded out our first flight. We now move into our second flight, our last flight, to round out our last session of the whole 2024 campaign.
Okay, so Yavi will be starting us off now. 177.5 on the bar. Here she comes. Oh, wow.
Absolutely
Wow.
rips it off the floor. Incredible.
That is a very speedy opening deadlift. Boom, straight to lockout. No question.
Next up is Deshane with a 205 opener. If it's anything like her first attempts for her squat and bench, this should move like it should move very fast.
As predicted, very nice looking opening deadlift there for
Lovely
Lucy.
205.
Next up, we have Chris Sargent looking to open up with a 215.
215 here for Chris.
Bar is loaded for Christopher. Let's go.
Very nice there. And Chris.
Yeah, that's a great looking sumo deadlift.
Next we have Connor
Connor up next with 240. He looks amped up.
Bars that are fun.
Just calm and collected.
Looks very confident as well.
Down in the bar. Oh, wow.
Very nice.
Super smooth there for Connor. And yeah, it's really interesting to watch the difference in arousal levels and the different way the different lifters approach the bar. As you've seen, some people come out and they're super amped up. Others, they love to just be really focused, and it's just them in the bar. So it's really, really interesting to watch that over the day. Different attempts. We have Duncan up now. He's going to start the day, his deadlift campaign with 245 on the bar.
Looks like a little bit of resting on the legs there.
Yeah, it was unable to quite get to lockout, unfortunately. Eventually got down command, and yeah, I think the thigh just slid under the bar just a bit. I'm hoping it was just a slight position issue off the floor, and he can come out and get that on the second attempt, get a little bit more amped, and get one on the board.
Next up is Nat with a 255 opener, which is absolutely insane.
Okay, so
The
she's
national
opening on the national record.
And the crowd is absolutely electric. Her family is here to rally behind her. If you've never seen Nat deadlift before, this is absolutely incredible things to see. Just the best thing to watch.
Wow,
Walks off like an absolute boss.
yeah, great deadlift there for Nat. Now next up, waiting in the wings, we have Michael Plant. He's going to come out with a 260 kilo opener. Looks like Michael opts for the very high belt position. Uncommon, but you do see a few lifters opting for that. It's where they feel most comfortable and where they get the best brace.
Very nice.
Very speedy opener.
Very comfortable for Michael. Should give him a lot of confidence moving into his second and third attempt.
Absolutely.
Next up, we have Hugh. Hugh coming up with an opener of 260. Definitely excited to be here. Extremely strong.
Nice and quick through the lockout.
Next one, we're opening with 275.
Will up next, 275, getting loaded. Crowd's behind him. Very strong.
Super clean deadlifting there from William at 275 kilos. Great technique.
Yeah, it was clinical. Excellent lift.
Next up, we have Charles, opening up with 277.5.
Let's go.
Something to look for with our stronger deadlifters, more technically proficient deadlifters, is as they start the lift, nothing really changes about their position. That's when you know they've got things absolutely dialed in.
Charles' preferred lift out of the three. Feels very confident and very strong in this lift.
Will he hook grip or mixed grip today?
He might do both, who knows.
Nicely there. Have a look around. He's definitely a showman.
3 white lights, very happy.
Next up, we've got Jackson opening with 300 kilos.
Next up, we've got Jackson Summerfield coming up for a 300 kilo opener, very strong opener. That'll take his day so far to 842.5, beginning his charge towards that waltz total.
Bars loaded to Jackson. Let's go.
Looks like he means business. He's coming out to start strong.
He looks amped up.
He knows he needs a rhythm here. Comes up quite nicely.
Very nice.
Pretty good kick. Well done, Jackson.
Yeah, it's a great looking deadlift opener there for Jackson.
Opening with the same weight as 300.
Here we have the epic finish for the 120s battle between the top two here, between Josh and Sam. Talk you through some of the ins and outs as we see these opener deadlifts and how this could play out. Currently we have Josh Lanivia lighter than Sam and ahead on subtotal by 42.5 kilos. That means is Sam is going to have to deadlift 43 kilos more than whatever Josh deadlifts to win. It's going to be hot. Coming up without much effort at all, which is always what you want to see on an opener.
He's got something to say.
And he has solidified the beginning of his total at 832.5. Sam coming out for 320 kilos for his opener, 20 ahead, already starting to chew at that gap, and that is what he will try to do throughout these deadlift attempts. Success here means 810 and closing that gap down by a significant chunk.
Sam in the back looks like business right now. He's deaf staring that bar.
Bars loaded to Sam.
We've seen Sam pull some big lifts, but it's been a while since I've seen him proper top end or max out. I think it's going to be really interesting with all the training momentum he's had. Couple good back-to-back preps. I mean, he's prepping well often, but his last couple of preps, he's looking particularly good. Let's see this 320. How fast can 320 move?
Oh,
Well, there's your answer. That is how fast 320 can move. He definitely means business. We're going to see some sizable jumps from these two gentlemen as they battle it out for first place.
Yeah, and Sam definitely, Sam is that textbook example of how to conventional deadlift. He is a absolute technical guru on his deadlift. And that looked amazing, but he's got a lot of ground to make up. And it's going to get really interesting in the next two lifts. And here comes Javier now with 192.5 on the bar.
Currently placed in fourth.
This will, the placements might be messed up just within the flight. Not sure. I'll have to check the totals, but regardless, this will put her into third if she's successful. Bars loaded.
she looks confident, ready to go. She's got a bit of a crowd with her as well.
$15-kilo jump from the opener at 177.5. 192 moving very quickly.
Yeah,
A little bit of work through the latter phases of the lockout there, but all smooth. The drop looked like she might have slightly lost it forward, but kept her hands on it, so she's still abided by the rules. Looked like she had a bit of a laugh about that.
It just looked like she kicked it with the thigh a little bit on the way down.
Yeah.
Christopher Sargent now coming out. He's taking a 10-kilo jump up to 2.5 for his second. Opener looked good. Let's see how he goes with the second.
No problems there. Gets it done.
Strong through the lockout.
Next up, Lucy with 230 kilos.
On trend here, a big jump. We did have 50 kilos difference in the openness between Lucy and that one, the deadlifter. She's very clearly focused and in her own lane. She's going to maximize her day and throw a ton of kilos on the original total. 230 for a second attempt. Moves nicely with a little bit of work for the lockout. I'll be interested to see what they put on after that 25 kilo jump. We've said this before, lifts can move a little bit on the slower side in the second, something gets improved or fixed for the third and it comes good.
Or even just that little bit more amp, right?
Absolutely, there's so much that can play in, or that's reflective of where her strength's at and she takes a little bit smaller jump, one of the two.
Out comes Duncan now. 245. He needs to get this.
Looking to get on the board for deadlift, and just a reminder for anyone who doesn't know, we must hit one of these deadlifts to post a total from nationals. Otherwise, you bomb out.
He's looking way more amped this time.
There's looking keen.
Oh, that's a much better look. Can he get it to lock out?
He's had a little bit of hitching there. Unfortunately, not making it to the lockout there, and he will get 3 red lights.
He has no issue with getting it off the floor. It's just when it comes up to that top part there is where it gets him in the struggle.
It's a very tough ask to come out for a third time after missing and working so hard on 2 deadlifts of 245. I do hope to see him pull something out of the bag. But we will see a third attempt there at 245 in that third round from Duncan. Hopefully he can muster it.
Yeah, this crowd will get right behind him, and hopefully we can get him on the board.
He got much closer there.
He did, yeah. That was a much better looking lift.
Next up, Connor McLennan with 260 on the bar.
Nice 20 kilo increase, which is fairly common for this kind of deadlift number. It's like we might have a little bit of blood on the bar. There's a bit of a protocol there to sanitize that and make sure things are cleaned up for the lifters. It's also a big part of why the lifters are wearing deadlift socks, to try as much as possible to protect from that kind of thing happening, but sometimes happens with hand rips, which might have been the case here. The process is usually to spray, sanitize, wipe, add chalk, dry it out and brush it off so that lifters don't have anything slippery from the cleaning. Make sure we take our time doing that as to not disadvantage anyone.
Okay, Connor coming out now. He has taken a 20 kilo jump from his first, sorry. His first looked really nice. Let's see how he moves 260.
Very nice.
Very nicely through that.
Very comfortable.
You might notice on the stream that at the lockout, the bar dips slightly. That is totally acceptable. It's a very natural part of the lockout on the deadlift, and referees will still give you whites for that. Versus in the situation where you're halfway up and it dips and goes up, that would be red lights. What we have here from Nat is a 0.5 increase on the world record, which will make it an unofficial world record number. And this is going to be a national record, which the opener was as well, because the standard was about 30 kilos below that. So this is a very exciting lift. Whole crowd is getting very pumped for this, as they should be. Let's go, Nat.
Crowd is absolutely electric at the moment.
Wonderful job of that, moving through very nicely. Fast off the floor, steady through the lockout. 268.5 kilos, 3 white lights.
3 white lights.
An official world record and a official Australian national record. The different records at different levels require certain referees to be at the platform or to be at particular events. So you can go past a world record and it be deemed unofficial. At an international event, you are able to officially set those. Similar to national records, when you're at local competitions, if you don't have national level referees, It could be an unofficial record, but you have to have the correct or properly qualified referees to ensure that record is actually solidified.
And look, I just looked at the forecasted GL points for Nat. I think she's just crept ahead of Vicky for best female lifter overall on GLs.
Wow, that is huge.
109.87 currently sitting at.
And where was Vicky?
We'll come back to that. Let's just have a look now at Hugh, who's coming out for his second attempt. 280 on the bar.
Let's go, Hugh.
Big 20-kilo jump.
Excellent deadlifter. Very smooth, strong lockout. No concerns there.
That is
I would definitely expect somewhere in the realms of 10 to 15 on this next pull.
Beautiful deadlift there from Hugh.
And again, you're going to see Hugh and Charles battling it out for that third position behind Josh and Sam.
Bars loaded for Michael. Let's go. Come on, guys, get ready.
Michael coming out a big jump from 260 for a 285 deadlift. He must be feeling pretty good today. Having an excellent day so far, making all but his last bench press so far. Couple of fakey pulls and off he goes. I think he tricked a few in the crowd there. Nice pull, 285. Referees say 3 white lights. We're happy with that.
Great day for Michael so far.
Interested to see what he takes from there. Looks like he's getting towards his top end. William coming out next for 290 kilos, a 5 kilo increase from that pull from Michael. He opened on 275 and looked very precise in that 275 opener. Crowd is getting excited on second deadlifts already. Love to see it. Surprising miss there. Extremely clean on his 275, and I would not have guessed that he'd missed 15 kilos more. His position is very bent over due to his leverages, and so that can lean into it being a bit more hit and miss if you make an error. So that's okay. I do think he has a strong chance of coming out, repeating, and getting that. Charles with another big jump, coming out 277 to 300 on the second attempt. His 277.5 moved extremely well. 300 is definitely in his cards, considering what I've seen of his training. Let's see how he can go on the second attempt. Currently at 740, this would put him to 762.5.
Incredible.
That's a nice pull with a bit of room.
I believe he finished off at States with 740. So
Okay, so he's done a big total PR. He has got a red light from the front referee. Which could be something to do with the cleanliness of lockout or hands-on bar as you put it down. Oh, that's actually an error. 3 white lights. Must have just been an error on the phone.
I'd red light him too anyway.
Just cause.
Just cause.
He's doing great. 300, and they've posted what I guess they would have posted 315. 15 kilo increase, which is chasing a 777.5.
Here comes Josh.
Moving on to Joshy, he's taking a 320 deadlift, which is going to put, if he makes it, Sam into a really, really tough position regarding what he will need. It'll be interesting to see if Sam chooses to chase on his second or wait to see how it plays out by the third.
Oh, wow.
It's an extremely smooth 320.
There is more in the tank there.
And I believe that puts Sam into a position where he would eventually need a 362.5, 363, my correction there, because he'll have chip advantage, but he is heavier if we just hold on to that second, and Josh still has a third to come. So this is getting very interesting. Jackson coming out now for 322.5, a 22.5 increase on his 300 opener.
Nice and strong.
No
Excellent
trouble
deadlift there. 322.5, bit of room to go. Next we have Sam coming out, 20 kilo increase, which matches Josh's increase on his second attempt, which keeps the margin the same.
Sam in the back is absolutely amped.
We do have a situation here where Sam looks like he is likely building to a number that he requires currently. So if he gets this 340, he then needs to look at, like I mentioned, that 363 number to beat Josh currently. Now, if Josh extends further than that 320, that number goes up again. Big ask, but Sam is notoriously an exceptional deadlifter. This is the battle we were hoping for. 340 kilos, second attempt for Sam Butterworth.
Very comfortable.
And he's made that move extremely well. Didn't look much tougher at all than the 320. He looks fired up. 3 white lights. That's the position you want to be in. The ball is going to be in Josh's court, Steve's court, to pick the right number, to make a third attempt, to squeeze Sam out just enough. They're going to have an idea and a judgment of what they believe Sam has left and make the right call. If they go too heavy, Sam will require that 363. If they go up but go too light and Sam makes, these are all the important decisions that are happening at a national championships, and we're going to see the best of the best going at it in this weight class.
Yeah, it's safe to say that this battle has been nothing short but entertaining, and we're in for a treat.
Okay.
Absolutely. Coming
So-
back to 84 plus, just as exciting what's going on in the 84 plus class. Jarvie starting with a 202 deadlift, a 10 kilo increase from the second attempt. Holding currently third place, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, third place, and she's been deadlifting extremely well so far today, having an excellent day out.
Incredibly valuable podium position here. Has hit every lift of the day except one squat. We're hoping to finish off with an 8 for 9, 202 deadlift here, making for a 530 day. Big pull. Garvey's done extremely well there and really works through the end of that deadlift in such a smooth way. Sometimes we can see a little bit of jerkiness there as it slows down, which can be a red, and she does so well to just be patient and steadily pull through. So excellent work there on a 530 with 210, 117.5, and 202.5.
Yeah, so easy to bobble the bar there at the top when it slows down, but she's done extremely well.
Very
8 from 9
impressive.
day. Excellent work there from Jarvie. And Christopher Sargent coming out now, 230 loaded on the bar, 5 kilo jump.
Chris is pumped. He's ready to go.
This is a wise play in terms of selection. The attempts have gotten harder, and I think it's a slippery slope with a sumo deadlift. 5 kilos, I think, is a good call. Let's see how he goes.
Very nice.
He's made that look pretty comfortable.
Yeah, very nice lift there for Chris. 3 white lights.
Again, we always have to recognize coach and client know how the lift goes, how it breaks down towards top end. It might be that is extremely close to his ability. Duncan, we have here, we want everyone to be putting their positive energy towards the platform here, where we're really trying to get Duncan over the line for this 245 so he can get on the board.
He's fired up. Look up.
Here he is. He's completely dialed in. He's ready to give absolutely everything for this pull.
He really needs this.
It's all on the line here. Let's go, Duncan. He's starting.
Just
He's starting.
He's starting. Find it. Come on.
He's so close.
Stop.
He's been given the down command. He got a lot closer than last time.
Wow, we talk about effort. That
3
was
red lights,
incredible.
unfortunately.
That was incredible from Duncan.
Absolutely no shortage of effort there, and such a shame to see him walk away after giving his all without a deadlift on the board.
He should be proud of his effort, though. To come out and pull 3 deadlifts for that long is amazing.
Absolutely. I don't know what happened there, whether that's normally a routine number for him or whether it was maybe a little bit too aggressive for the day. These are all things that the coach and the athlete will consider afterwards. But very unfortunate. It's always unfortunate to see someone bomb at any comp, let alone national championships.
Next up, we have Lucienne with 250 again loaded up. I believe this is a 10 kilo PB for her. If she pulls this will remain her place in second place.
This is a big jump and honestly bigger than I expected with how the 230 looked. I didn't think that it was awfully hard, but 20 kilos is 20 kilos. I know that she has done around this ballpark in training, and I also know that under some training fatigue, she missed around this number in training too. So I think that this is probably a number she's got a lot to prove against, and to hit it officially in competition would be massive. And to come out with 250, 140, 250, love to see it. I'm sure the crowd is going to be absolutely behind her here.
Bar is loaded for Lucy. Here she comes.
There it is.
She's amped up.
She is pumped.
The crowd is absolutely electric at the moment.
Everyone's giving their energy. To round out a 9 for 9 day, 640 kilo total if she makes this.
Let's go. Come on.
And she's off. Given the fight of her life, and the head referee has given her all the opportunity, and eventually said, "Gonna have to put that one down for today." And that is as close as I think you can get to a deadlift. Valiant effort, epic day there.
That was a fight.
8 for 9, 250 squat, 140 bench press, 230 deadlift. With a lot more to give next time on the deadlift between 230 and 250 and onwards. This is an exciting time for this weight class.
Next up, we've got Connor, loading up 275.
Connor been moving the bar really well.
So for Con,
See how this one.
Looking for a 7.5 kilo jump. He's amped up.
It's be a 15 kilo jump from 260 for Connor.
He's feeding off the energy from the crowd.
He was, nice and calm and collected for his first two, but he is amped here for the third. Let's see how this moves.
It's working, and unfortunately, just a little bit too heavy for him today. Okay, next up, we have a historic lift attempt happening here. My understanding is that when Nat hit 272.5 at her latest comp, that was the first woman in the IPF to have ever done 600 pounds. We are looking now at extending that feat for a 275, 5 red plates each side and a collar. And it's important to recognize that this is within a drug-tested federation, stiff barbell, IPF. Referring to strongman or anything like that. This is specific to the conditions of this competition. An outstanding historic moment for powerlifting in the world, a historic moment for powerlifting in Australia. Everyone's giving all their energy. I've got chills watching her set up for this 275 kilo deadlift. We want to see her stand up with this. She's up. Get it up. Get it up. She's made it through. She's standing up. She gets the down call. What's the decision going to be? Two red lights. Two red lights, which would be for the lockout position. She got 99.99% of the way on a 275 kilo deadlift and a small jump from 268.5, which, is a big ask in of itself. So she's done beautifully. It's such an exciting feat to even attempt to be so close. How are we feeling about that?
I'm speechless. I had pure goosebumps.
Yeah. There's been some pretty incredible moments over the weekend, and that would be right up there with the best of the weekend. That moment there,
100%.
Now, here comes William. 290 on the bar. Let's get the crowd right behind him on this one. See if he can get the 290 kilos.
So we're going to get some redemption on that second that didn't look to quite groove right, but would probably be quite a normal load for him. He's off now. He's done a lot better on this one. He's just gone down and up a little bit there and missed eventually. Bugger there to miss 2 deadlifts and be left with a 275, but he has still been able to put up a total and done very well.
Yeah, finishes the day on 725. Great day out for William.
Solid day.
Michael up next with 292.5.
So Michael took a really big jump from 260 to 285 and a slightly smaller jump, or a much smaller jump to 292.5. So he would have been walking off the platform from that 285 going, that was a bit tough. I don't have much left, but I'm sure this is a big PR attempt for him.
Napped in the wings.
Looks to extend from 700 to 707.5.
Yeah, this would be a big pull for Michael. I believe this is
He's pumped.
a PB attempt for him. Best in comp is 285.
Crowd's behind him. Got about middle
Yeah,
and didn't quite have it. Not
Lucky
sure
there
whether
for
he lost the
Michael.
grip there or it was strengthening, but he gave everything for that.
Thumbs out. Thanks to Red.
Next up, we got young Hugh coming out for a 295 kilo deadlift, which is a 15 kilo extension on his second. We commented that he looked very strong on the second, so I have no doubts he's got this in him. This comes down to how he executes. So we give this young man a 767.5 total, would you believe it?
Yeah, finished out his day in 4th position as a sub-junior in the open category. Amazing
Well,
to see.
he would actually temporarily push past Charles here for third, 5 kilos ahead, and it would demand Charles to make his third.
Correct, yes.
So Hugh pulling for third place at his first nationals as an 18-year-old in the 120 kilo class.
Big tug here.
Phenomenal. He's
Gets the
pulled
lock
really
out.
well there. I'm interested to see what the referee's saying about the lockout position.
2-1, good lift.
Unread, so he's gotten through. There was a little bit going on there, but he's managed to hold just enough position to convince 2 referees, which is all you need to do.
Charles up next with a 315 kilo attempt. I believe I've seen him do this before, so this should not be too far a stretch for him.
There might be just a delay in the placings there, but technically Hugh on 767.5 is ahead of Charles on 762.5. He's kind of choosing to ignore the third place pull, technically only needing 5 kilos on the 300. He only needs 305. He's going, yeah, I'm good for 315. I'll take third and I'll take a PR, thanks.
I think that's a testament to how much of a competitor he is and how much of a dog he is. He's not going to opt to go less. He
Yeah,
knows what he's
every competitor has priorities on the day, and Charles has clearly hit a ball. 315 after going 275, 187. Can you do it?
big pull. He needs to lock it out, and he has.
The answer
Incredible.
seems to be yes. He holds it. A long hold.
Hey, he's
Let's wait for the referee's
looks at the
decision.
crowd.
Yeah, 3 white lights. That was a very strong looking lift.
Excellent pull. We love the showmanship. This is what powerlifting is all about. Building that hype, getting the crowd involved.
Hey, one good thing to mention, he's only at 111 body weight, so
Yeah,
he's
very
still got a
light
lot of
120.
Oh, wow.
lot of
Very
room
light
to
120.
move in.
All right,
Must be
so
all the no legs.
here we have our 1 and 2 in the 120s, split by Jackson Stubberfield on the next attempt. So we're going to have a bit of a split between the two. We've already noted that Josh has already demanded 363, which is posted currently for Sam's third. Now he's looking to take 10 kilos. So coach believes that Josh has 10 in the tank. And if they secure 10, they're going to demand 373 from Sam. Massive ask on both fronts. Let's see how Josh goes with extending his 852 to 862.
Josh is in.
He's had a perfect day so far. He's 8 from 8 lifts. He's been a technician. He's brand new to the class. 320 looks smooth enough. If I had to bet, I would say he's good for 330. He's focused. The crowd is on its feet.
Just lock it.
Slow but steady. He's done extremely well.
He's locked it.
That looks fantastic. I think we're going to see 3 whites here. Excellent pull. And he has extended himself to the point to demand a 373 pull from Sam Butterworth. Before that, we have Jackson Stubberfield coming out to a 342 attempt. Looking to add 20 kilos to his 865 to make 885. Was that the world standard?
That's the world standard, mate, yes.
So he needs to hit this if he wants to go to Worlds, even though he's the only competitor in the class. he must hit this deadlift. There is an awful lot riding on this deadlift for Mr. Stubberfield.
Yeah, Jackson looks amped right now. He knows what's on the line.
20 kilos on 322 is no joke. He did look strong through his 322, but he's going to need all the energy from the crowd, and he's going to need all the energy from himself to make sure he gets this 342.5 to lockout and secures his ticket to the World Championships at IPF.
Let's go, big fella. Come on.
He's had a wonderful fight through that. Looks quite clean to me.
He keeps the thighs out, run underneath the bar. Should be okay. Let's see.
2-1. Good lift.
Good lift. Jackson Stubberfield will be representing Australia at the IPF World Championships.
Next up, Sam Butterworth. Forced to pull 373 and a half. Yeah, just 373.
Wow.
373 is the number that is required. No more, no less. Sam is heavier than Josh, so he needs to beat him. He cannot tie him to win. He has access to a chip because this will be a national record attempt, so he takes 373 to beat Josh by half a kilo and take away first place. If he misses his lift, he is left with second. If he makes this lift, he takes first.
Sam is absolutely amped up in the pack. He looks like he's ready to kill.
Unbelievable lift to consider that we are 27 kilos shy of 400 in a drug-tested federation under 120 kilos. Sam comes out for the pull of his life. This is the contest we were hoping for. This is do or die. He needs to put everything into this. The crowd is amped. Everyone's rallied around this. 373. Let's go, Sam.
Oh, no.
A valiant effort. He's gotten it off the floor just shy of the knee, but it's too much for today. Josh and Steve have done a tremendous job of pushing Sam beyond his limits on this day. They've pulled together a 9 for 9, and they have taken the win.
Yeah, Josh was an absolute star performer today, and as we've seen over the weekend, this Nationals has produced another upset.
Yeah, definitely incredible to see. Today's session was nothing short of spectacular. And you know what? Every session before that was truly incredible.
Very high standard lifting today. We thank everyone for joining us on the stream. This national series has been a special one, the first one for APA. The standards have been incredible, if I might say, for our first nationals. Been a pleasure to be a part of it. And we're looking forward to welcoming so many new lifters into this federation and growing and doing so much better into the future.
Yeah, look, thanks, gentlemen, for joining me in the booth this weekend. Thanks to all the volunteers, the sponsors, the officials, the lifters, and everyone at home and here in the crowd who have come along and supported, the spotters and loaders, the venue here at Walls End Diggers, everyone else that's been part of this, the support. It's been an incredible weekend. Thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you all again in a couple of months' time for juniors, and then in a couple of months after that, we'll see you for masters. If you want any information, search us up on Google, Australian Powerlifting Alliance. If you'd like to join, find a club close to you, jump on the web and search or hit us up on Instagram, and we will put you in touch with your closest club, coach, etc. Thanks, everyone.